So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. For the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it. I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. So you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. For the throne.
Let's go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. Never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. pieces is a form of art. I'm never gonna look back, cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change, slowly take a step today. I will never be the same, cause that's what it takes.
All right, y'all, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Let's go. October 22nd. All right. Beyond trading and pre-market at this moment at $6.46. The high this morning, $8.85. Let's go. Anya, good morning. Jack, good morning. Oh man, I've been up since about 5 this morning, a couple hours. Thought I'd come hang out with you guys and let's see what happens on Beyond again today. Congrats if you're making money on this one. And let's not leave money on the table either at the end of the day. I just saw someone posted a headline that, Martin is trying to short this thing. I think this is a pretty dangerous play for shorts as long as the bulls are still in control here. Doesn't mean that they're not going to try and find a point of advantage, but so far now we're on day 3 and they have not been successful. It is sheer madness, Anya. Yep, let's take a quick look at a couple things here. I was trying to see if there were any Beyond headlines. You know, I don't know, a stock can go up 1,000%, not one headline on old CNBC. Funny how that works. The short cost to borrow, let's see, this morning running around 46%, 3.5 million shares over on IBKR available to borrow. How many total available to borrow? I don't know, probably a lot more than that if we can consider all the lending sources. Keep in mind, this is one broker's data, not the entire lendable market. When people are trying to tell you there's 0 shares available, that is misleading information. No new filings this morning on Beyond. And, you know, as long as the company can keep their lips zipped and not drop an ATM or something on us, then this thing could keep on going. We will see. We will see. Jack says, what is the price target today? I am very hesitant to hand out price targets, Jack, because there's a lot of people out here who want to blame somebody when things don't work out. You know, if we didn't have so many crybabies and blame shifters, I'd be happier to discuss that with you guys on YouTube. But I've learned the hard way that many people are not taking ownership for their own choices. So I try not to give price targets. What I will tell you is that never underestimate retail's or momentum traders, high frequency firms, willingness and ability to push things up far beyond our imagination. This is why I don't short. I have never shorted a stock. I would not short something like this. God bless them if, you know, they find the upper hand, but this has been murder in the shorts. who knows how high it could go? Could it see 10? Yeah. Am I saying that's the price target for today? I don't give price targets. I will look at the chart and I can tell you I don't see any real bearish signs other than this peak at 8.85 and then a pullback, but it's been doing that every evening and every pre-market. You get these little peaks on low volume and then it pulls back, and we really need to see, as you know, if you're in my Discord, the after hours data is interesting, but we really got to see once the real trading starts how the day goes. Past 2 days have been beautiful. A little bit of lull in the morning and then rockets up later in the afternoon. We'll see if that happens again here on day 3. Let me get my chat going over here. While we are waiting, what else we got going on here? GameStop in pre-market, 2260, under a little pressure. I will consider adding to my GameStop speculative position below 22 bucks. Closer to 21 would be preferable to me, but we will see. We'll see if there's enough capitulation to drive it below 22, so I feel happy about buying again. AMC this morning trading at 289. How about BBBY? BBBY. 839. I noticed it got walked down after their warrant distribution date also, just like GameStop did. All the way back down into the same lower than the channel from when it got announced. Mike says, yeah, Beyond, it could be the next HKD. I mean, if we saw hundreds of dollars here, it could be HKD. HKD was one of those unique Chinese pump and dumps. Those are rare to come by, but they're fun. We had back in the day, HKD and Meagle. Remember Meagle? Those were 2 fun ones. I mean, anytime you get a ticker like Beyond Meat, a well-known American company running up 100, 200% in a day, those are still valid run-ups. This is not a Chinese pump and dump. This is people just throwing money at it, high-speed trading firms taking advantage of the momentum, shorts either trying to come in and then getting wrecked, stopped out, have to buy, add to the buying pressure, or a lot of them just get out of the way. They just get out of the way until they see that advantageous point where the buying pressure finally fades. They will come in and try to snub it. Well, it's a battle. It's a battle every day. Mike says Beyond has always been heavily shorted. We have a couple people in the Discord, Mike, that are fans of the company. I haven't really been paying attention to it because a fake meat company is not interesting to me. I like steak. I like hamburgers. But so I'm not really aware of the historical short against Beyond. I have looked at the chart from time to time. Every time someone in my Discord says, Tony, should we look at Beyond? I'm like, yeah. The chart's telling me no. And so I stopped looking right there. But yeah, I mean, looks like they've had some bad results and probably got shorted along the way. But 50 cents, as we were discussing over the weekend, that's pretty cheap. And the adjusted new float was baked in over the weekend. That's what we talked about this weekend, that the float was going to be increased. I have it on the screen there, 373. As long as we're all clear, that is my position. The float is increased. The short interest data we're looking at, when people are telling you it's 60, 70% short, I don't believe that. But as we know, it often doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the short interest is. It only matters what people believe. I want you guys to be intelligently informed as you're taking your speculative trades. What we don't know is what the actual sheer short is. We do know the float has gone up considerably to 373. It'll be a couple weeks before we get the real updated short interest. But I don't think it's 63% anymore. Yeah. Every morning we see day trades, momentum trades, pre-market trades, where stocks move up hundreds of percent with no short interest. So a stock moving like this, it doesn't need 60% short interest. You just need enough momentum to get all the algos, the computers, the speculators, the day traders, everybody bullish and playing it. That's all you need. And then God help any shorts that try and come in and snub it. Hazel, good morning. Mike says the Walmart news is massive news. I mean, yeah, I saw the headline, Mike. I saw the headline. I'm trying to not comment about Beyond Meat because I'm just not a fan of fake meat. So I got to watch what I say, or I'm gonna make the vegetarians upset. I mean, God love them. If you're vegetarian, I got no problem with you, and I got no problem if you like fake meat. It's just not for me. Anya's kind of saying in the comments what I wanted to say. Thank you, Anya. Captain Caveman. Captain Caveman. I wonder how many people remember that cartoon, Captain Caveman. What are we talking, like 1970s? Late 70s? The good old days. There were some good cartoons back in our youth when we only had 4 channels, and some of the really good ones like Johnny Quest or Captain Caveman. Johnny Quest, you'd have to get up at like 6 a.m. on a Saturday to catch it. I don't know why a lot of the good ones were before normal people woke up. Yeah, we'd spend the entire day watching cartoons until that one day when we got our Atari. What was it? The Atari 2600, the first one? That kind of changed the family dynamic a little bit. But yeah, when we were kids, you spent the entire week looking forward to Saturday mornings so you could just brain rot out in front of the TV on one channel all freaking day. $6.57, and we're we still got over an hour to go to market open. Anybody's guess. How should we take a poll? Let's take a poll. What price? Let's say, what will the Beyond high? I'm going to count pre-market. The high of the day already in pre-market was 8.85. So will that be the high for the entire day, or do y'all think it's going higher? I want to see what the sentiment is here. Anya says, do we think Donut is going to do the same thing as Beyond? Let's take a quick look, Anya. I do like me some Krispy Kreme donuts. Not a frequent donut eater, but man, when we used to have the office and somebody would bring Krispy Kreme in, hero of the day. $3.71, Anya. Down from 20 bucks. News. I'll need to look at some headlines here in a minute. BYND. There we go. Let's see what we have here on Donut. Jugal Shah, thank you for the sub. Short interest on Krispy Kreme is at 30%, Anya. That's pretty interesting. If you like short squeeze potential candidates, I like, I will comfortably call it a short squeeze candidate if the official short interest is over 20%. The next thing we want to look at, and we're at 30% on Krispy Kreme, next thing we want to look at is cost to borrow, only 1%, which means there is likely very high liquidity availability in the lending pool, even with a seemingly high short interest. So I'd like to really see, if we're thinking one day, Anya, there's going to be a donut short squeeze, I'd like to see not only the short interest high, but the cost to borrow. Still at 46% on Beyond Meat. Mike says you cannot rely on that data. I'm not sure what data you're talking about, Mike. I mean, it's market data. It is what everybody in the market relies on. I get it. A lot of y'all want to discard data, and that is totally fine. You do your thing. But when you tell me I can't rely on it, don't tell me what to do either. I definitely rely on data to drive my trading decisions. You want to have your own way to do it? Knock yourself out. I will not try and talk you out of it. Please don't tell me what data I can use and not use. I think ultimately the people that get in trouble or will get in trouble one day with the SEC on YouTube and social media are the ones who are putting out completely unfounded, made-up data. The float on AMC is at least 5 trillion shares. Where is your data? How'd you like to defend that when you get called in for an inquiry with the SEC? You can't. I will only report on market data. That's just me. It's called being a reasonable reporter. There are plenty of people that will talk about other made up data, things they can't substantiate. That's on them. Let them do their thing. Go ahead. If you like that, there's other channels for that. Chris says, I'm so glad I only sold half yesterday. All right, Chris, let it ride, baby. Let it ride. Mike says, No way that stuff can be real with dark pools. Dark pools is just another trading venue, Mike. Just another trading venue. All of the volume on the dark pool gets reported to the tape. It's not a hidden trading venue. Just the buyers and sellers are hidden until they meet in the dark pool. I would suggest you guys read the book by Scott Patterson called Dark Pools if you really want to start your journey of becoming a real educated trader and not subject to the whims of the grifters pushing out all of this nonsense on social media. If you don't want to read and you don't want to learn, that's fine with me too. You can still stumble around and get lucky on some trades. And, you know, every now and then we get a beautiful bull run like BYND. But I've seen too many people lose their fucking shirts. See too many people crying, people committing suicide, lost their house, lost their wife, losing their minds on social media. I got to care a little bit about those people too, right? You know how they got burnt? Listening to grifters on social media talking about fake data. That's how they got burnt. Is AMC being manipulated? Of course it is. It's being held down to a price that the market thinks is fair value. Absolutely. What I would always suggest to you guys is make sure you understand the why. Make sure you understand the why. Q3 is going to be a loss. Q4 is coming in a little lighter than we hoped, and there's an upcoming corporate action that is going to double the shares outstanding. If you understand the why, you will know at least why they're manipulating, and it will help you make smarter decisions, knowing what data is driving their manipulation. They and Mike, they can just come in and short it. It doesn't get added to short interest if you just short a stock as a day trader, an institution, a high-speed firm, a hedge fund, whatever. They just short it all day, and you'll never see the short interest go up because they're not carrying a short position. They're trying to keep it right about where they want it. You call that manipulation, you know, that's fine. I'm not going to argue with you. They are suppressing the price to a level that they think they can make money. People want to drive it up. They will make money driving it right back down. That's just the market. It's up to us to understand what is the real fair value and when is the opportune time to come in and invest. I'm going to come back in and buy some AMC when the price gets knocked down. Which, you know, maybe right now is the lowest it goes, but I think there's a high risk of the price getting knocked down after the corporate vote. We'll see. I don't know. I can't guarantee I'll be right on my timing on AMC. Some people say I'm crazy for sitting out, but I don't like losing money. I like to buy it cheap and then ride it up in comfort. Less stress. 288 this morning in pre-market. I'm liking the news going on with AMC talking to Netflix. I think there's some good things ahead of us next year. Just waiting to see how that vote goes in the Q3 results. Those are the two next things I'm watching for. Chris, how you doing? He says, "Am I love now? What are we talking about, Chris?" Yeah, it is 28 cents. I don't look at it that way, Mike, but I get what you're saying. If you go all the way back to the pre-reverse split, it sure is 28 cents. Crazy, right? What I look at, Mike, is not that. I look at the market cap. They're trying to keep it around a certain market cap. It's 1.5 billion right now. And so if the float is doubled in the vote, which it probably will be, and then they issue another 100 million shares to cover the exchangeable notes, well, we can do the math in our brain of what they're going to knock the price down to keep the market cap around 1.5 billion. These are very easy things to predict. Tripp says you can't rely on data. He would need data to confirm that. Well, I know there's a lot of fuckery going on out there. I mean, there is reported short interest. That is market data. It's valid data. There's other ways you can go short on a stock. You could create a synthetic position with options. I've done videos showing you guys how you can do that. If you wonder, what am I talking about? How do you create a synthetic? You can look on Investopedia. They'll tell you how to create a synthetic share. Or go watch my videos. They could do that very easily. They could even, if they want short exposure to a ticker, but they don't want to affect the short interest because they know we watch it, they could do a swap also. There's a lot of ways that someone who wanted to be short can be short without affecting the short interest. And those are all true and valid. But that doesn't mean that I just ignore short interest data. I still use it. I found it very, very useful in driving my decisions on what I do. What is that, Chris? Please refrain from posting Zalgo. I don't know what the heck the bot's talking about. What is Zalgo? Oh, yes, Chris, we are live now. We are live, yeah. I mean, this is fun, having days like this where we get a good run-up on a stock that some of the shorts we love to hate. You know, they're so mad that they can't stop it and they keep getting steamrolled. And also, I think, you know, I want to come live and make sure you guys know, those of you that regularly watch my channel know I am not a short. I have no love for shorts. But just because I post data letting you know about the free float having increased, people, oh, he's short. He wants you to lose money. No, I want to see you make as much money possible and take it home. I want you to have good data to inform your decisions. There are plenty. It doesn't matter if the short interest is 10% or 70%. It only matters what the dum-dums out there believe. And a lot of the dum-dums are following people telling them that the short interest is 65%. That's fine. Some of those people will eventually get wrecked. I don't want you guys to be the ones getting wrecked. Play the damn stock. Take some profits off along the way because we don't know where they will snub it. But the float is almost 400 million shares now. It's not 60 million shares like it was last week. We already talked about this since Saturday. I'm not just like spreading new info. We already talked about this, and I still went in Monday morning and bought it knowing that. Please don't think I'm trying to stop you from trading or making money. That's ridiculous. I just want you to be properly informed. Tired of the crybabies. They told me it was going to 40, so I bought it 10. I loaded the boat. They told me it was going to 100 because the short interest is on fire. Yeah, they also lied to you about the shares outstanding. All right, let's end the poll and see what y'all got to say. 40% of you think it's going to close over 10 today. All right. That is the biggest. Let's go. That is the biggest group. The majority of people think, well, I don't know. Do we consider the majority the total of the other three groups? The biggest voting bloc says it's going to end over $10 today. Let's go. Jugal says, yeah, it did. It spiked this morning to 8.85. Currently at 6.79. Let's zoom in here a little bit. We got about an hour to go till the market opens. 8.85 is the pre-market high today. What do I think about air? Yeah, have not looked at it. Look at that, 45, 61% yesterday and 45% extra in pre-market. Free float, 92 million. What's the news driving this? This is an interesting little play. New stock issuance announced yesterday. Issued 35 million shares of stock due to the exercise of warrants. Okay. I don't know. It's hard. It's always amazing to me when companies issue shares like that and the price continues to move up. Normally, you know, the way they normally react is when you get a big increase in the shares outstanding like that, it gets knocked down. But this one is defying the odds. These are stocks that I say, you know, when we're doing our pre-market trading, play the momentum, understand the news that's behind it, and have your risk management in place accordingly. Trip says GME's getting wrecked. 21 inbound. I hope it does hit 21, Trip. I would buy some more down there. It's at 22.60 right now. All my haters, people, the GameStop fanatics, the elitists, got mad at me for saying I'm not going to buy at 28. I like to buy down here. Look, you can see my last couple times I bought GameStop were in the 21s. And I will probably do it again. Just need a little bit more capitulation, a little bit more people to get frustrated with Ryan Cohen. Go ahead, sell. I will come in and buy some. I will still call GameStop speculative. Don't get mad at me. It just means I need to see a couple more quarters of the turnaround confirmed. But I'm liking what I see so far. I'm excited about the upcoming results. I'm not going to guarantee you they're going to be as good as some of the people that seem to have a crystal ball that tells them exactly what it's going to be. I'm hopeful that they're right, but in good conscience, I can only tell you the data that exists and tell you that I'm long the ticker with a very comfortable cost basis. And in the green. That does not mean it's trading advice for you, because it's your risk tolerance might not be the same as mine for speculative stocks. If the market crashes, it could go down, you know? You never know. Chris says, would this squeeze beyond, I guess, for 8 days if the volume continues? Sure. I mean, you could have a squeeze last more than 8 days, Chris. As long as there is buyers, more buyers than sellers. I don't ever put a limit on these things. But when we see the top, we'll be able to see it. Whether that happens today, Friday, or next week, anybody's guess. I don't call predictions on, oh, it's definitely going to hit 10 and then plummet. I'm not that good. When I see the top, I'll be able to tell you. Usually we're looking for a needle of death. That pattern where you get the green candle, huge wick, and then red, red, red. That the needle of death on top of the tower. What am I watching in GameStop? I'm not sure what you mean. What am I watching? I like the fact that they have almost $9 billion in cash and debt that is not due for 5 years. Gives Ryan Cohen a lot of optionality to do something interesting in the future. I think he's been very clear that there's no immediate plan. So I just would say to people, have the right timeline, have the right patience. Forget about all these yahoos out there on social media that are telling you rockets tomorrow. No, you got to, if you're going to speculate in GameStop, you better get a cheap entry and have a lot of patience. And then hope that Ryan can continue to chip away at cost and continue to ramp up revenues and margins with collectibles. Just very basic stuff. A transformation on the core business appears to be happening. I need 1 or 2 more quarters of data to feel comfortable saying that a transition has happened, but it looks like it's going the right way. And the cash pile makes it a pretty safe speculative bet. GameStop's not going bankrupt. But I also have said many times with GameStop, these people trying to tell you GameStop should be worth $25 because they have $20 of cash. No. These people don't understand what net cash is. You got to subtract the debt from the cash. The company does not just get valued for its cash minus debt. And so anyone that is only talking about GameStop should be valued at cash, I call them a grifter, a pumper, a hopium addict. And they don't really know what they're talking about in my book. I'm here because while he has the cash, he has a lot of optionality to increase earnings at some point. You better be patient. Chris says, I've already recouped my initial investment in Beyond. Now I'm playing with house money. Let's go, Chris. Yeah, Ryan was brutally honest, Chris, and I can respect that. And I think that his honesty was so apparent and refreshing and so upsetting to many people because they've been pushing a false narrative about what Ryan Cohen thinks. They've created this narrative in their mind. And that's why it smacked some of them so hard. I was perfectly happy with what he said. He sounds like a very reasonable dude to me. But I've been saying for a long time, if you think Ryan Cohen cares about a MOAS, you are mistaken. I've been saying that for a long time. These frickin' pumpers on GameStop is why I cover it so much, because I don't agree with what they say. Doesn't mean that I am not long GameStop. Doesn't mean that we can't trade it. Doesn't mean we can't make money. But you got to have the right understanding of the trade. They are entertaining. Dr. who how do you say your name? I can't read Korean. Wild Wendell out here deer hunting. Let's go. What state are you in, Wendell? Yes, Ryan said, he said he doesn't like, I don't know, did he use the word he doesn't like swing traders? He said he doesn't like people that want to get rich quick. Maybe he's talking to me, but I'm not opposed to being a long-term GameStop holder. What I'm opposed to is the people who are at every price, 50, 40, 35, 30, 28, telling you that it is undervalued. That is horseshit. I'm a fan of getting a reasonable entry on GameStop, understanding what fair value actually is, and then you have the patience to wait out however long Ryan's plan takes. I cannot stand these fucking pumpers on GameStop. Doesn't mean that I hate GameStop. I am long the stock in a very comfortable cost basis and in the green. I don't need to lie to people to save my bags on GameStop because I just trade it intelligently. Do they have BYND Meat in Korea? Is it international BYND Meat? Where do they sell their products? I don't even know. Is it US only or is it international? We're at $7.16 in Premarket, ladies and gentlemen, moving back up. We're about to, in 40 minutes, we're about to find out how the big boys want to try and jockey this thing around. Are they going to try and punish it? King Turtle says BYND Meat sells in Canada. I'm going to ask Grok. What countries? You know what's really good is a Korean barbecue. Have any of y'all not been to Korean barbecue yet? They are saying on Grok that BYND Meat is available in 65 countries worldwide. US, Canada, Mexico, Chile, most of Europe, South Korea, yeah, Taiwan, Australia, Israel, UAE, and South Africa. So apparently it is available in South Korea. Just give me some beef bulgogi. I don't want no damn BYND bulgogi. Can you imagine BYND bulgogi? Just frying it up there on your little grill. Man, the first day I discovered beef bulgogi, it was like a religious experience in a little Korean restaurant not too far from our office back in the day when I had the corporate job. Hello to you in Korea. I've been to Seoul before on one of my business trips. I think we spent about a week there. I got to tour, what were we touring? Samsung LCD factory, I believe. And I got to go in the Samsung new products display museum. Technology, new technology. It's part of the tour that they took us on. And that was when I learned that you guys have kimchi refrigerators. They have whole refrigerators just for kimchi. I was astonished. I do love me some kimchi too. ReBleep says, Tony, thanks for the clarity on how to make gains. Don't care what stocks do, just make profit. Absolutely. We don't care about the ticker. We don't care about the financials a lot of times on momentum trades, day trades. BYND could be a piece of dog shit, but if it is running, I will play it. I try to keep the financials in mind, so if there's any corporate actions I need to anticipate, I can keep those in the back of my mind as part of my risk calculus. But a lot of times in these stocks, I'm in and out of them so quick, it doesn't matter. Where I really start being careful is if I'm planning on holding them overnight. Because, If you guys have been doing this long enough, you've been burned like me for my after hours corporate announcement. And then you get that death candle. But, if you make it all the way to market open without any news, it's often pretty safe to trade these bullish momentum tickers throughout the day. Not always, but, most of the time. I get really nervous in pre-market and after hours about the frickin' companies rugging us. Anya says, Beyond Meat sells products in South Korea through retailers like Dongwon Mall and G Market, and in supermarkets such as E-Mart. I don't think I didn't go to any grocery stores in South Korea. Our trip was very, very managed. They were taking us everywhere, pick us up at the hotel, take us to the factory, get our work done, take us out for a long-ass dinner, and then back to the hotel. I didn't get to do a whole lot of sightseeing in South Korea. Unlike when I was in Hong Kong, China, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, did a lot of sightseeing. Singapore, I said that. I was trying to find an example of a ticker that had a needle of death, Wedmore. A lot of the ones I was looking at last night, the companies are bankrupt now. What's another ticker that has squoze recently? Give me a ticker and we can go look for the needle of death. I wonder if we can go back and find it. The ones where they IPO and run up, they're bad examples. Man, it's so annoying. Just let me zoom in right here, god damn it. Tired of that. I need a ticker that's recently pumped. Hazel said this might be premature because today's only Wednesday, but if it is still up on Friday, it will be scary for me to hold over the weekend. I get you. I often deal with those same fears myself, Hazel. We're at $7, $6.96 at the moment. We have 34 minutes until the official market open. Wendell says the shorts are relentless to not let it squeeze. I mean, it's had of it. It's run from $5 to $8.80, Wendell. There are shorts getting squoze, trust me. We got a little bit of FOMO. We got a little bit of momentum trading. We got some profit takers. We got some shorts trying to stop it and then getting stopped out and having to go back in and buy to cover. We got a whole mess of different stuff going on. There's definitely shorts getting squoze. What I'm really curious about, guys, is once all this madness is over, where does it settle down at? And then do we have a trade? Do we have a recovery play trade? Because, I don't know if this price will last for beyond. Once this little bit of euphoria is over, we like here on this channel stocks which are undervalued out of favor if we can understand the risk and get a good entry. I might come back and take a look at Beyond Meat for a longer term hold. I know the company's still troubled, so don't start the hate. I get it. I understand the troubles at the company. I'm just saying I want to come back and take a look once this week of euphoria is over and it kind of settles down. Joshua, I exited the trade yesterday. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to get back in today. And I exited early yesterday. But as I was saying on last night's live stream, we've been talking about Beyond since this weekend when it was at 60 cents. I exited yesterday because I had things I needed to do out in the real world, and I didn't want to be having a position sit there when I'm out running errands for half the afternoon. I wanted to lock in my gains. We can always jump back in a ticker. I'm never scared to take profits or re-enter a trade. Part of being successful is peeling some profits off along the way. Did I leave a little bit of money on the table? Clearly. Am I going to cry about it? Nope, because there's always the next trade. Sometimes the next trade's in the same ticker. Sometimes it's in a different ticker. Dink says, check out the proxy. Yeah, that's I haven't read the proxy in detail, Dink, for Beyond, but we skimmed through it last night. It looked kind of scary. Anya says, fake meat gets so much criticism from people. How can it succeed? It can only succeed, Anya, with its core audience. That's the thing. You're not going to convince most of America to shift to fake meat. It's just not going to happen. So Beyond Meat needs to make headways in whatever segment of the population in the world is vegetarian. That's their addressable market. I do not think they have any chance of convincing meat eaters to give up beef or chicken or pork. It's just not going to happen. And I don't even know that it's really healthier either. I've done some drive-by on articles that say Beyond Meat is not any healthier for you. It's just for those people that want to make a conscious choice not to kill animals, and that's fine. If that is your choice, I'm not going to criticize you. Just not for me. Chris says, this move has been unprecedented and beyond, and they don't happen that often. They don't happen that often to this extent, Chris, and really capture everybody's attention. Yeah, they don't. There's only a handful that come to mind that were like this. We made a lot of money back in the day on DWAC when it was, remember when it first went public and it ran? I was in and out of DWAC I think 3 or 4 times on that first day. Make money, looks like it's topping out. Sell, take profits. Nope, still running. Back in, up for the next leg. DWAC, Meagle, what was that other one? HKD. There's only a few that move like this. GameStop back in the day. Do I think Beyond Meat's going to go to $400? I do not. But I mean, shit, 800%, 900% since Friday. It's a hell of a run. Joshua says, my analysis of AMC is its value is $13 to $15. Could you tell me if I'm way off? They sell Beyond Meat in Whole Foods Market. Yes, they do. Whole Foods appeals to a lot of people that like that type of product, for sure. I'm living in the capital city where Whole Foods started. I remember going to the first Whole Foods back in the 80s. In fact, one of the girls I dated back then worked at Whole Foods back in college days. They were little tiny hippie stores, and I thought they were kind of odd because they didn't sell deodorant. They sold crystals, rocks, you know. You could rub the quartz under your armpits. I'm like, what the hell is this place? I think the girl I dated worked in the little smoothie shop there inside Whole Foods. Little tiny Whole Foods. Now we got these massive Whole Foods here. Yeah, I live in Austin, but the whole hippie vibe thing was very new to me when I did not grow up around that. Joshua, you probably don't want to hear my value analysis of AMC. I value stocks based on their earnings, Joshua. And AMC has negative earnings and an upside down balance sheet, which means if they filed for bankruptcy, there are more debt than there is assets. The company is worth negative dollars. It's worth what we want to gamble on future box office. That's what AMC is worth. Whatever you want to gamble. As far as like for me to look at the financials and tell you that it's worth anything, negative earnings, upside down balance sheet. It's an impossible task. It's worth negative dollars on paper. But people that are gambling on it are betting on 2026, 2027, future earnings, optimism, fixing the balance sheet. All of that could be valid, but I can't. How do I value that? I don't know what the box office is for sure in 2027 yet. That's why I call it a speculative stock, because I can't crunch any numbers and give you a value. Chris, AMC and Netflix announced that they were in talks to kind of thaw the chill between them. And AMC is going to be showing K-pop Demon Hunters later this month, right? The round 2, they're going to show it again. And I saw an announcement yesterday that AMC is going to show Stranger Things season 5 finale in the theater. That's another joint venture with Netflix. I really, isn't Netflix also the one putting out Frankenstein? I really want to see Frankenstein in an AMC or an AMC IMAX. And it's just not available in my area. Some of y'all were saying they're only showing it in a handful of theaters just to say, hey, we can get awards now. But why not roll it out everywhere? We need some damn movies right now. We need some movies. There's not enough good movies. This October is dry as hell. it's not really going to get exciting for box office till like November 20th. And then now we have 5-6 weeks to make all of the money for Q4. It's going to be down to the wire. Anton says, Tony, have you done an analysis on GameStop? I'll tell you what I've done, Anton, and what I'm going to do. I'll start with what I'm going to do. As soon as I have time, as soon as I can just sit down for a day, there are some good people out there on Twitter that are, I think, doing some reasonable revenue forecasts for GameStop of what this next quarter could be. I'm going to use some of their numbers and plug them into my DCF model and see if I can come up with an optimistic valuation if they're correct. That video is coming. I've been promising it since the last earnings. However, the only thing that I have done to date as far as a valuation video, they're not very popular, but there were these people, you know, the GameStop people, saying, I don't understand how an analyst could come up with a fair value of $13.50. So I did a DCF video showing you exactly how they come up with $13.50. Doesn't mean I agree with it. That's how I hate making educational videos because these dum-dums always twist it. Tony's saying it's only worth $13.50. No, listen, use your ears. If you are pessimistic like an analyst and you don't consider the interest that the company's making, and you know, you can very easily come to a $13.50 valuation. That guy was wrong though. But if you're going to ask how is he coming to it, I'll show you how he's coming to it. Doesn't mean he's right. What we can do then though is take that model, that DCF model, and put in our more optimistic assumptions and come up with any variety of price targets. You tell me what kind of earnings and revenue you expect for the next 5 years. I will give you a price target. I can do it in a couple seconds with the model. So I do plan on doing that for GameStop before the next earnings because I want to know for myself. Right now, I'm comfortable buying GameStop around $21. But that is still what I call a speculative price based on current earnings. I'm forecasting in some unknown improvement in earnings. I don't want it to be an unknown. I want to have for myself a little bit more certainty. What do I really think the earnings are going to be? A lot of it is just so difficult for GameStop, right? Because they're still closing stores. I'm hearing there's going to be a whole nother big round of closures after this fiscal year is over, or maybe after Christmas. So they're still closing. Revenue is going to be impacted from stores closing, which the market doesn't like. But you know, at the same time, it's improving margins. We got to give Ryan some credit. The market may not give him credit. They don't like declining revenues, but at some point you got to appreciate improving margins. And he really he wowed me on the last quarter that just completed. And I'm very, very curious how the new power packs churning online gambling of cards, how that is going to impact revenue and earnings. I cannot wait, and I'm very hopeful that it'll be good news. And yes, to address the last part of your comment, Anton, part of the problem with GameStop, the reason it's being snubbed by the market, ignored, is because of lack of guidance. And that doesn't, you know, I don't fault Ryan Cohen for that. When you're in the midst of a turnaround, when you're still slashing stores when you're still developing out this power packs, maybe he can't give guidance yet because he doesn't know. That's fine with me. But don't be one of those GameStop YouTubers that says, I don't understand why no one's covering this stock. How do you not understand? The company's not giving guidance. Like, it's so two-faced, these people. I don't understand. Then you're a dum-dum. But it doesn't mean that I fault Ryan Cohen for not giving guidance. He's affecting a turnaround. When he's ready to give guidance, he will. And then the analysts will come back. It's really that simple. Hazel says it would be nice if he would give shareholders a clue which way he's going. I think he gave us a lot of great clues in that interview on Monday, Hazel. He's continuing to relentlessly focus on cutting cost. I think you should expect more store closures. I'm hearing on the street. Remember Lou? I'm hearing on the street that store closures are continuing. I'm hearing on the street that store closures are continuing, that there will be more big round of store closures after the new year. Same thing I said in January of this year. Oh boy, man, you should have seen people lose their fucking minds. Tony's just spreading FUD. No, we were exactly correct. But it is goodness if they're cutting stores that are losing money. So the problem is Wall Street hates declining revenue. So that's really what we need to see from Ryan. And maybe Power Packs is the way to turn the revenue corner. I'm excited to see what the future holds for GameStop. Do I think Ryan will do a share buyback? No. It is only smart for companies to do a share buyback if the price falls below fair value. And by math, the fair value of GameStop is way below where we're at right now. I would not expect Ryan Cohen to be doing any share buybacks above $12. And also, I think he's trying to conserve cash, raise cash, to give himself some optionality to do something cool in the future. And there's no point in buying shares back right now. You should buy shares back when your core business is stable, when you have plenty of net income, plenty of free cash flow, and you have no other use for the cash. I don't think Ryan's at that point where he says, I have no use for this cash. So I'm not expecting any share buybacks. I could be wrong, but that is my opinion right now. Rest in peace, Lou K4 says. Yeah. Lou was not a fan of me. We butted heads a few times. I thought he was an entertaining fella. The guy could tell a story, right? He had a lot of stories. Anton says, my take on the Ryan Cohen interview, namely the Roaring Kitty question, is they really want to change the narrative away from meme stocks. Yep. We've been saying that here long before Ryan Cohen verbalized it, Anton. And, you know, I've been reading a lot of the social media commentary, and a lot of people are saying, hey, Ryan, you wouldn't be where you are right now without Roaring Kitty. And that, I think, is also a valid complaint. Like, you gotta really, I want you to sit back and think about what just happened there. Everything that GameStop has, in my opinion, is largely in thanks to Roaring Kitty. Also in thanks to Ryan Cohen cutting stores, cutting costs. trying different things till he found something that worked. I'm not saying Ryan Cohen had zero value add, but a lot of the cash raise ability that got GameStop all this money was thanks to Roaring Kitty. So to just snub him, there must be some really bad blood between them. This is the way I'm reading that. And I know people are trying to spin it. Oh, he's just trying to give us a coded message that Keith Gill is just moments away from being added to the board. I just read people plainly, and that was pretty plain to me. There's some bad blood between them. And I don't know why that is. He should be thankful. Keith must have pissed him off at some point. Jim says, I wonder what happened to XRP. I check in from XRP. There's some AMC pump channels that have completely shifted to cover an XRP now that Lou is gone. What's the old XRP up to? 237. Is that right? Didn't Lou say XRP was going like $100? Yeah, here it is. 240. I thought Lou said XRP was going to $50 or $100. I don't know. Luis, thank you for the sub. Richie Rich, how you doing, amigo? Corey says beyond to 1 million trillion jillion dollars a share. Let's hope so, Corey. $6.78. We're just along for the ride now today. I'm going to decide here in the first hour of pre-market if I dare jump back in, since I already took my gains yesterday. But I'm not opposed to giving it another swing if it looks spicy. Chris says, didn't the founder sell some coins and invest in some company? I have not been keeping up with XRP. I don't really know. It looks like the high it got up to was about 360. If you got in at 50 cents, a run to $4 is good. Remember what I was saying last night. Whatever these pumpers are telling you for their price targets, just divide it by 10 or 20 and make that your exit price. You will probably do okay, because they've got enough people fooled that it's going to their price. You just want to ride the wave, surf that baby, take some profits off. The thing that always kills people is listening to the crazy price targets and believing that they're actually possible. Very, very rarely sometimes these crazy price targets happen, but the majority of the time it's something much more reasonable. Like beyond from 50 cents to $10, reasonable. Beyond to $100 seems a little crazy. Divide 100 by 10. Hey, we're in the realm of something that's possible. Richie Rich says, I lost too much chasing additional profits after leaving. Yeah, that is something I think about, Richie. Like if I try and come in on Beyond now on the same position size as yesterday at $6 and it drops $2, there goes all my profits from yesterday. I worry about the same thing. I haven't made up my mind what I'm going to do today. Can you imagine buying in at 8.85 and it's already down to 6.65? That would have fucking pissed me off, man. But there's some people that bought this morning at 8.80 thinking it's going to 40. All I want to see is you guys happy and locking in profits at whatever makes sense to you. Artie says, what do you think about Open? I like Open for the social media momentum. That's about all I'm going to say on Open. Haven't looked at it this week because we've been looking at Beyond. I bet all the Open money flowed over to Beyond, didn't it? Let's see. Well, they're holding up pretty good. They're holding up pretty good. I would have expected a lot of outflows here, but it's held up pretty good so far this week. You know how the fun money chasing the squeeze plays, the momentum plays. Sometimes you see a rotation out of something like Open as long as Beyond is popping, but it's held up pretty good so far this week. Andrew, thank you for the like. Darwin says, are shares to borrow available for Beyond? Yeah. Yep. Let's see. The borrow rate has dropped from last week. It was 500%. And we're now at 46%. On IBKR, this is one broker. Remember, for those of y'all that are new here, see here where it says Interactive Brokers at the top. At the bottom, it says data is from Interactive Brokers. Don't believe these goofballs when they tell you there's 0 shares available to borrow. 0 shares available on IBKR. But the entire market of lendable pool is not Interactive Brokers. This is just a proxy to give you an idea of how one broker is looking. So IBKR has 2.2 million shares available, and the cost to borrow is 46%. So there is high demand still from shorts to borrow this stock. They are still trying to snub it. But not as much as last week because the float increased to 373 million. That's why the fee came down from 500% to 46. There are plenty of shares to borrow. Just right now, the buying pressure has been unrelenting, and these guys keep on getting whacked. These damn shorts keep getting whacked. Anya says, could that 8.85 this morning been one share trading? It could have, Anya. In a 5-minute candle, there were 6.4 million shares though that traded. In a 1-minute candle, it was 2 million shares. This, those of you that were here when we were talking about a needle of death, this is not quite what I'd want to see. Normally, you'd have the middle candle with a huge wick up, and then only red candles after that. So I'm not saying that this was the top here. It's not a perfect signal that the top is in. But we'll get a better idea once the market opens and we get to lunchtime. Andrew says, please don't get trapped. That is the main reason we're here, Andrew, to coach common sense above hype. Always be taking some profits off. I don't want to see you guys crying by Friday. We want only victors, celebrators, and champagne poppers. Hazel says, if I'm in at a low cost basis, is it better to not add more shares because it would raise the cost basis? What you could do, Hazel, if you feel like you want to add shares, is just have a different exit price for those. Have a much tighter mental stop loss. You wouldn't want to, for example, come in at $8 and then have it whack down to $4 in a 1 minute candle, right? So I'd be, if it's me and I'm coming in at a higher price and I don't want to screw up my gains from a lower cost basis, I will take much faster exit on those shares. If there's even a hint that I'm going to be wrong. You know what people do? They come in at $8 and then they write it down for 2 days because they're convinced it's going to come back. I've watched these people on YouTube. They buy all of these hype stocks at the top and they're just convinced that just stay in it for 2 more hours and it's going to turn around. And next thing you know, a day or two later, they'd been completely wiped out. So my general practice is, as soon as I think I'm wrong on a higher cost basis, get the F out if it turns against me. The most thing I'm trying to do is protect my capital. And then if I'm lucky and got a good entry and the momentum's still there, maybe I make some profits. Yeah, Chris, I'll be here for a while this morning. I think so. As long as something's interesting going on with BYND. Chris says, check out HUBC. All right, let's see what we got. 2 minutes to market open, 1.5 minutes. Let's look at HUBC. This one's been a ticker of interest to retail for quite some time over the years. I remember that ticker way back in the day. $310 back in 2023, now trading at $1.63. It's quite a walk down. Turnover today, we've had 314,000 shares traded. Is that right? You're saying what? Oh, traded almost the 10-day average. Okay. $1.49 to $1.63. I like BYND better right now. Doesn't mean that you can't like HUBC though. Urian, welcome. Thank you for the sub. 10 seconds. Here we go, kids. Let's go. What's the market casino gonna give us today? Dude with a rug. Thank you for the sub. Welcome, welcome. Chris says he's up 193% on 5,000 shares. I love it. What's she gonna do? Let's see. Where did we close at yesterday? Previous close 362. 8.85 was the pre-market high. Currently trading at 587. They're trying to walk it down. Let's see what they do if we get a little bounce. Now back up over 6. Oh boy. Can the bulls regain the momentum and push it up over 7 in the first few minutes? Or are we going to be stuck in this no man's land till lunchtime like the last couple days? Come on, casino. Give these people some money. Don't give up on them yet, Richie. Richie says it's too difficult to keep above 6. There's a battle right now, Richie, right? This is where the metal gets tested of the bulls. Are there enough dip buyers to come in here and buy it at 580? That's why they need people to believe that it's going to $40 so that you have those dip buyers. I don't know. I don't know where it's going to end up at. I like to, if I'm going to enter, I like to see that the capitulation has happened, finished, and turned. I ain't trying to catch a falling knife. How many of y'all have made that mistake of, oh, look at that big red candle. It's a buy. It's at the price I wanted. And then it just keeps going down on the next candle and the next one. We've all done it. Don't be sad. It's okay to admit it. I have learned the hard way. I got to wait until I see a confirmed turnaround. Ball a knife, get your bloody hands. Yeah, Anya. David says, thank you for sharing your knowledge. You're doing a great job. Why people calling you names like shorts? I don't know. They're dummies. I have never shorted a stock in my life. I like to play momentum trades to the upside. They don't like it that I give you realistic TA or share things like the float has increased because they call it FUD. Like understanding corporate actions is FUD. I call those head in the sand pumpers. I dealt with them for years on infinite amount of tickers. This is not the first time we've seen a float increase and people don't understand because they believe liars. I have people arguing with me all night with AI. You know, they can't even write a coherent theory. They got to have AI write it for them. Oh, well, just because the float was increased doesn't mean that those shares are available. They filter out slowly, days, weeks. Just idiotic stuff. Idiotic stuff. Seen it many times, these people. We haven't been wrong yet. There are plenty of opportunities to make money, but you gotta understand the trade so you manage your risk. Bob says it halted. Marius, good morning. I'm going to open up my Discord so that I can see my Halt bot. It hasn't updated any halts. I've been having some problems with my bot. Let's see if the SEC filing bot. No, it was not working for a few weeks, and it started working, and it looks like it stopped again on the 16th. All right, I got a little more troubleshooting I need to go do. All right, I'm going to put old Clint up for just 1 second while I go let the pets outside. All right, kids, I'm back. And we're trading again, and we're in the green. 562. Green candle anyways. Yeah, Hazel, I was thinking about that last night. Like, we have not really had a halt yet on BYND, which is kind of funny. I was thinking about that. Normally, we're run up, halt, run up, halt, run up, halt, run up, halt. We haven't really seen that. Zachary says, I wonder if there's going to be a turnaround to the upside. I hope so for everybody that has a bullish bet in place. I'm kind of watching this morning to see if I'm going to re-enter the trade or not. I want to get a feel for what they're trying to do before I come back in. Maria says, how I understand. Quick Nick says, German Reddit community bought BYND. Well, I mean, they're not crazy. There's a lot of people that like to gamble on speculative stocks. Stinking Rocket says, Grok says it could go to $12. What is everyone else thinking? I'm seeing the most, I think the highest price target that I've seen from the pumpers on social media is $100. I don't think it's going anywhere close to that. But one thing that I can't do and won't do is tell you where it'll top out. You never know with these things. I'm not great at figuring out how high it can go. And like I said, one thing I've learned over the last few years is do not underestimate how high these things can go. That's why I would never short a ticker like this. Unmitigated risk. These dum-dums trying to short this stock. At some point, they'll get the upper hand. But until then, man, that's a dangerous game they're playing. Marius says this is pure pump and dump now. I mean, they always are, Marius. The reason I know it's a pump and dump is because people are out there lying about the float. You can look at the company's investor relations page. You could look at 13Gs. You could look at the Bloomberg terminal photo I posted yesterday. The float is 373 million shares. All restrictions were taken off the stock issued to the bondholders on Friday. And people lie about it, create AI responses, call me a short. That's when I know it's being pumped, when people will lie to hide you guys getting access to real data. The dump, who knows where that comes in? I don't know. Could go to $10, could go to 12. Some people are saying in the chat, certainly could. I don't ever put a top price on these. We'll know when we know. Why is my Weeble not giving me the little halt signal? Really weird. GameStop down here in the bottom right corner, trading at $22.75. Let's see what news we got while it's halted. Notable open interest changes, assessing Beyond Meat's valuation. I was laughing my ass off at this article I was reading early this morning. It was one that was written yesterday morning. It said, analysts are predicting an 11% upside for Beyond Meat. I was laughing my ass off, predicting an 11% upside. And it runs up like 200-300%. Investor Oak says, how is it possible it halts? There are pre-programmed into the exchange halt rules depending on how much a price changes in a certain time frame. They're automatic circuit breakers. I know a lot of people think that it's the market makers are going in there and messing with, this is a exchange pre-programmed circuit breaker. James moved some of his Beyond profits to donuts. We certainly like Krispy Kreme a lot better than we like fake meat, James. But Hazel, no, I mean, the halts are just programmed in. A halt can happen on a move up. It can happen on a move down. And they happen on a lot of tickers. This is just the one we happen to be watching today. They're not halting the stock to do something to it. Now they might be shorting it to force a halt, with just unrelenting short pressure to try and knock it down and force a halt. They know how to do that, but the halt itself is just core programming on the exchange. It looks like our other two top tickers of the day for movers besides Beyond are BENF, up 109%, and YYAI, trading at 18 cents, up 132%. BENF is $1. Y'all are wanting me to check air. I see air here. It's moving up the chart with the bullet, 60% up, $1.17. Nice, cheap, heavy mover. It's now tied with Beyond. Beyond's trading again, $5.97. Mr. Oak says $20 by Friday. That's where you think Beyond is going? Man, I wish you were here when we did the poll earlier this morning. We had 40% people thinking that it's going to have a high today over $10. I guess we will count you in that crowd. Dark Lou says, can you explain float for me? The shares that are available out there, tradable. The hang on one second. We have on Beyond Meat 392 million shares out now, and of those 372 are in the free float. If I don't know what the short interest is, right? The last report we have was 39 million, but that is old data. But if it were still at 39 million shares on 372 float, the short interest would only be 10%, not the 62% that they're telling you on social media. So that is important information to know as you decide your trading strategy. I'm not trying to tell you don't trade it. I'm just saying you better understand what's really going on, because it's easier for them to short it now. That's why cost to borrows dropped from 500% to 46%. A lot of times we have these pre-market runners that move up hundreds of percent that have no short interest. Don't worry about short interest. That is pumper bullshit. Worry about the chart momentum. That's all you need to worry about. Play the momentum. When the momentum stops, get the F out. Steve says, what did you get in at Beyond? I bought Monday in pre-market, Steve, but I'm already out of the trade. I'm trying to decide if I get back in or not. So I'm gonna watch it here in the early part of today. The whole, the whole thing we don't know right now. We know the float increased. We know the cost to borrow came down. What we don't know is exactly what the short interest is. And I'm not trusting Ortex right now. They are not providing accurate data. They're still saying the float's like 70 million, 68 million. They are incorrect. Usually, Ortex is pretty good about providing accurate data. Not in this case for some reason, which makes me say, are they in on it? Do they purposely want you to have bad data? Marius, I got out before the end of the day yesterday. I had to leave the house and do some errands, and I did not want my position just hanging out there while I couldn't keep a close eye on the chart, because sometimes these things can evaporate in a couple minutes. I'm out driving around doing errands and stuff for a few hours, so I had a limit price set and it hit. And, that Obviously, I didn't time the top perfectly. I wasn't trying to time the top. I was trying to lock in some gains. I'm happy to see that it went up to 880. I'm happy any of y'all that are still making money on it. I'm simply trying to decide, do I get back in it or not? Today is a new day. 511 looks like it would have been a pretty good entry. Dark Lou says made 10,000 instead of 60,000 had I just held. Yeah, I had that talk with my wife early this morning. I said, look at this motherfucker, $8.80. And we were in it at under $1 on Monday morning. If I had just not put that sell limit order in, or you know what I also could have done is just not put it for my entire position. I could have just done half and then let the other money ride for free. Could have done that. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. You know, I don't cry over spilt milk. There are good trades every day, guys. Pay attention to these. Learn from them. Get up every morning at 5 a.m. There are always trades like this. This is just the one that has captured everybody's hopes and imaginations for the moment. And at some point, that moment will be over and they'll move on to the next one. Stunzu says, how many shares did you have? Probably not as many as you, Stunzu. I don't try and get rich or retire off of short squeeze plays like this. I'm a value investor. I like long-term hold of profitable companies with increasing revenues and increasing profits. But I like gambling small little trades on stuff like this to what I call juice my overall portfolio gains. Try and get market beating returns. I'm at that age where I'm not trying to lose 100,000 on a short squeeze play, you know. I've seen these things get wiped out in a couple minutes. So I take small positions, I manage my risk, and just try and do that every day. Lock in gains, look for the next one. Sometimes the next one's the same ticker. That's cool too. Arthur, thank you for the sub. GoPro is on the move, Chris says. We've looked at GoPro many times in the Discord. That company's been having some problems, right? GoPro's really kind of fallen out of favor. But the stock looks like what? They got news today? It's up 20%. That's not too bad. Some negative articles here. I'd rather mess around with, take my chances with BYND. Let's see if we retest this 525 level and if it holds. I'm looking for a base if I'm going to come back in. Marius asking, do I trade gold? I have SLV. I don't have any gold at the moment. What are they doing today? They were down in pre-market. Flat. Flat's good. I'll take flat. Hamad says, is it really going above $10? I don't know, Hamad. Some people in the chat were saying they think it will close over $10 today. What I don't try and do on these tickers is tell you where it's going to top out at, because who knows? Many of these tickers have surprised me. That's why I would never short them. But there are people trying to short it for sure. We will see today who is the victor, the bulls or the bears. Delusional Ravens says he bought one contract yesterday morning. What'd you buy? The stock options have been making people bank on this thing. End of week 550s running $1.85 right now. IV 744%. Holy fuck. No, thank you. I mean, but if it runs to 10, that'd be probably a good trade. This, to me, honestly, thank you. Have a blessed day yourself. UAVS. Ag Eagle Aerial. Down 2% on the day. Been trading flat here for a while. 70 cents up to $1.99. Oh, look, I traded this one. I forgot about this stock. Apparently, I traded it, Andrew, back in November. I owned it for, something's not right here. It says my buy date I have before my sell date. I need to go back and look. Well, it looks like I bought it at 268 and sold at 340. I haven't been back to look at this ticker since then. $11.15. I bet this was 11. Look at that. It ran all the way up to $9 and I sold at 340. All these people that say Tony says he always sold at the top. Nope, I don't say that. Sometimes the ticker you're looking at, I get lucky and I sell close to the top, but not always. Look at this. 340 and it ran to $9. And just like Beyond, I got out of Beyond early yesterday. It's okay. Just keep on stacking those gains, guys. What you don't want to do is ride them into the red. A couple of those will wipe you out. Let's see what else we can see about UAVS for you real quick. %10 short. 13% cost to borrow. Kind of interesting. Some people are betting against it. I'd like to see the short interest a little bit higher. Cash, $5 million. Working capital is positive. Shareholders' equity is positive. Income, not too bad. On revenue, net income, negative. Yeah, that's the problem. And they've been diluting. And they have negative free cash flow. So yeah, it's a problem company. You better understand, if you're trying to hold it long term, what they're going to do to get into positive net income. I like the drone sector. Drone sensors, software. I don't hate the company. There's a couple of yellow flags there. That's all. Makarov says, buy, and we're already back up over $6. We did come back down and almost retest 525. It bounced at 540, and we're going up again to see if we can break these moving averages. We got the 50 moving average at $6.30, the 200 at $6.64. Let's add in some closer time frames. Let's add in our 9 and 13. All right, we're above the 9 and the 13. 13 crossed. Let's see what happens here. Oh yeah, I see that. Carlton GME got up in the green. They're snubbing my dreams of buying in the 21s today. Come on, some of you guys. I need some of y'all to capitulate on GameStop so I can go in and buy some more at my price. But in all seriousness, if it goes up, that's good. Baby UFO. Howdy, good morning. OMG King, good morning. Wrinkled Sheet says he's buying 10K. Let's go. Delusional Ravens fan says Capybara. Yeah, the guy, I know him, just did a BBC interview. Will be released in 1 hour. Let's go. How much does he say he owns now? Mr. L says YAI is popping off. Yeah, we were watching that here. 113% up. It's only 17 cents. I mean, let's take a look see here. See, this chart doesn't quite speak to me. This morning trading on this thing is too flat. And the volume's dropping off. I mean, for me, this is more dangerous than BYND. I'm not seeing a lot of conviction of sustained buying. Barely even seeing any battling. It's just trading flat. But it is up substantially from yesterday. No doubt. Let's see if YYAI can get that midday pump. Dr. V Ski. New sub riding the Beyond FOMO. Let's go. When am I buying? Stunzu. Maybe if it retests at 525, 540 and holds it one more time, I might go in and buy some there. They're really trying to push it below 550, 525. So far, the bulls are not in control yet this morning. Look at our overall trend here. They're trying. They're fighting back. But the bears keep on snubbing it. Or the profit takers. One of the two, you know. Baby UFO says, got bids on GME and warrants and Highcroft calls. I added a little Highcroft yesterday, baby. Thinking that maybe the gold and silver sell-off was overdone, but I see it's down 2% today. And GME, I've added some warrants on GameStop just for fun. And yeah, it's up 1.5% this morning. I like it. I still have my long position on GameStop in the green, babies. Let's go. I think we're going to be just sitting on GameStop until the next earnings approaches. So it's a game of patience. What is HUBC doing, Andrew? You really like that one, don't you? Oh, look at it. 17%. See, that's what I'm talking about. Screw YYAI. Look at this. We got unrelenting bulls. I like it. Let's go. There's no bears standing in the way over on HUBC. YYAI. See, you need bulls like that. I know we got no bulls here in YYAI. They already walked away. BYND. The bulls and the bears. This is the battlefront today, my friends. From Korea, Dam Hwang Cha. I wish I knew Korean. Did I just say bad words or did I say good morning? I know a little bit of Chinese. I did not spend enough time in Korea to pick up any useful phrases. Baby says Ryan was not revealing a thing in the interview. I think he revealed a lot, baby. He revealed a lot to upset the apple cart of people who are thinking MOAS tomorrow, acquisition, announcement imminent. Ryan wants a squeeze. I think he revealed that all of that is nonsense, which is what I've been saying for a long time. Just be very patient on GameStop. You got to get past the MOAS mentality, understand that Ryan's playing the long game, wait for a good entry and trade it into run-ups. I know Ryan Cohen doesn't like me saying trade it into run-ups, but that's what I've been doing since 2022. Darwin says he bought at $147 and got out at $6. You beat me, friend. Couldn't sell in pre-market when it was $8. $1.47 is $6. Respect. That's beautiful. Wowman says, I'm joined this stock at $2.20. I wonder how many Americans reaction about the Beyond situation. I hope you get a lot of money. I hope everybody gets a lot of money as well. The company itself, we're not really trading. I don't think anyone right now is trading Beyond Meat because they believe in the company. This is a momentum trade, a potential short squeeze play, a battle between longs and shorts. There's a lot of bulls pumping the stock here in America. There's a lot of shorts trying to talk it down. I say forget about all that nonsense and just pay attention to the momentum. It's really that simple. The people with the crazy price targets, they'll probably be wrong. And the people that are overly negative will probably lose money. The bulls, until that one point when they gain the advantage. But that could be today, it could be Friday, it could be next week. I don't know when this thing ends. I don't put limits or caps on how high it could go. And Anya here in our Discord says she's trading Beyond to get out of the hole, and she achieved it. Anya's been a long-time believer in Beyond. She's been trying to get me to buy Beyond for a long time, and I keep saying no. I finally bought it, Anya, on Monday. I hope you're happy. Under $1. It met my criteria. Phil got in at 101, market open Monday. Booyah, Phil. I don't know if y'all heard the story, but you remember the Amazon Web Service thing Monday morning? I didn't even really know about it. I woke up like at 5 in the morning on Monday, and I was like, because we were talking about Beyond on our Saturday live stream. And I was saying it could be a good trade this week because all the bad news was priced in on Friday. And often these things can run the next week. And so I woke up early and I saw that it was starting to move, and I was like, bye, bye, bye. And then I went back to sleep. And then I woke up and I came in and I saw, nobody could buy anything. All my brokers were effed. Websites not loading. I was like, man, I guess I'm lucky I got in pre-market. Grimdark says they're scared. Look at this. We got a halt on the upside, Hazel. See? It's not just downside halts. We have downside halts. Now we got an upside halt. Let's go bulls. Maybe we got some shorts scrambling to cover now, Hazel. They're like, oh shit, how much we got to pay? $7.50? Oh, come on, man. Let's get them. Let's get them on this halt. Gig 'em. Hazel says, I'm suspicious why the halt started today. More volatility today, that's all. More volatility in a shorter time frame. Bob says, I put my savings into this. Good luck to you, Bob. You're a braver man than me. I mean, if that's all your savings in this, I'm going to wish you blessings and good luck. I try not to do that. I try not to overcommit on speculative plays, but I love playing them. I'll put a little bit in. Anya says, let's hit $10 right now. Anya wants Beyond to open up at $10. Let's go, Anya. Trip says GameStop's not dead. No, far from dead, Trip. Far from dead. I think there's a good chance that the bears could be surprised on the next quarterly earnings for GameStop. That is my hope. Diogo Diaz says, I bought a small amount last February at $7 and Monday at 90 cents. Never believed I would see this position with profits. Make sure you take some of those profits home this time, my friend. We're going to come back and take a look at Beyond. Once all this madness has kind of settled down, we'll come back and look and see if we can take a long-term position in Beyond. But like Dink was saying this morning, we got to make sure we understand that proxy vote and what is really about to happen. So right now, I'm only looking at this as a momentum trade, and make sure you're taking a little bit home. Mary says, even if it doesn't not move up, the Q4 will be insane for GameStop. I really want to get some data on the impact of power packs, trading cards online. I want to see some data. And I'm willing to gamble a little bit that data is going to be good. I know that the bears hate me for gambling on GameStop. How dare you? Don't you? I like to speculate. Don't hate. And then the GameStop bulls say I'm bearish on GameStop. Like, no. We've been trading GameStop and making a lot of money on it since 2022. They don't like me because I trade it. Well, that's their problem. That sounds like a you problem, buddy. Mr. Carva says, what can the market expect with Beyond reaching $10? People will panic sell. I'd like to see some panic buying from the shorts at $10, Mr. Carvas. What? Marius says his data shows that, wait, your friends made $500,000 or they contributed $500,000 in revenue from... You have friends just in your little group that have already run $500,000 of revenue through power packs. If I understand that, that is incredible. Let's go. 679. Let's push through 7. Let's get it. We are now in the green for normal hours trading. We opened at 617. We have pushed above that now. My friends, we're above every moving average. Let's go. This is the bull's moment. Focus on Blitz says, what is your opinion on the AI crash? I would say there is risk. There is risk in AI because I think a lot of people have not figured out how to monetize it yet. But I see a lot of benefit in AI too. I'm in one AI play. It's a penny stock you've never heard of. Could I realistically see BYND hitting an all-time high for the stock? What is the all-time high for this stock? 300 bucks? 239. No, I cannot. We enjoy momentum trading, but we ain't here to pump you with false price targets like that. That is how people lose all their money. I've watched every single retail play. I've played a lot of them. I've made money in most of them. The thing that kills people is believing ridiculous price targets and never taking any profits off. And then you start feeling like, well, it's going down, but surely it's going to turn around, and they don't turn around. I'm just going to be that coach that tells you, have fun, make some money, take a little bit off for yourself, let some ride. Don't be that guy that's crying when it's done that you never took any profit and the death candle hit. AWSKR says if people hold, it can go to 3 digits. Yeah, people are not going to hold. That's the problem. Look at the volume. People are trading this stock. There's nobody holding. Like, you got to use the data that's available to us. There is massive trading, massive money being made. High-speed trading firms are getting rich right now off of pennies. Nobody's holding. You better learn to play the momentum. Hold it while they're pushing it up. Take some off. Buy on the dips. Ride it up again if the gods bless us. Wrinkled Sheets gets it. He says, why hold when you can buy and sell all day? Because the pumpers need you to hold. Guys, that is how you're going to get wrecked. All these guys that are holding the moment that death candle comes, whenever it is, today, Friday, Monday, 2 weeks from now, the people that are holding are going to, they'll learn yet another lesson. I mean, how many times do we got to do this? These are great stocks for making money, but you got to learn to trade smart. L says you have to hold if you're not a day trader. You don't have to. Your broker will give you several gimmies. If you wanted to, you can't buy and sell 5 times today, but if you bought this morning at $5 and you want to sell at 8, they'll let you do it, and they'll send you a little spanking saying don't do that again. They're not going to shut your account down for doing 1 day trade. If you don't want the spanking, you don't want the little impolite notification, then hold it overnight. But don't feel like you have to. Just don't be churning it if you're not approved for day trading. Don't be buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. They will lock your account for that. Phil says, how do you feel about trailing stop loss orders if you can't watch the price? I have done that before, Phil. Even sometimes when I'm watching the price, if I don't know how high it's going to go or how fast it's going to crash, I will put in a trailing stop loss. I do like it. I don't use them on every trade. But, man, I should have done it yesterday. I put in a limit sell order. I should have just done a trailing stop loss. Nice job, Trip. In at 6, out at 698. Let's go. Key owner, the Tech Talk, welcome. Thank you for the sub. Paul says, I think after hours today will be another crazy time. It has really been crazy in after hours. I want to take a peek back real quick with you guys at the past couple days trading during the trading hours. So here we really had the momentum take off around 11:30, here around 11:30. And we're at 10:30 right now. Is today going to be that day where between 11 and 11:30 we just go unchained? Did I already miss my moment? $5 is looking a lot better now that we're at 7. The low of the morning today, 512. It bounced right off of that 200. Look at that. Yuki says, what are you expecting by the end of the day today? We ran a poll of all of the users here this morning, Yuki, and over 40% of people polled this morning think it's going to close over $10 today. I don't know. That'd be cool with me. I'm not seeing any signs yet that tell me the run is over. Baby says, funny how it moves the time the market makers go to lunch. It is weird. Those are the kind of daily trading patterns that I like to pay attention to. Did the volume increase on those hours too? 11:30. No, the volume didn't even increase until 1 o'clock. And same thing here. The volume was low, 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 and then the real volume didn't come in till around 1. Going to be interesting to see if today's a repeat on that. Where are we at comparatively on volume? Higher volume in the last two 30-minute candles, higher volume than pretty much any of the candles yesterday and all of them on Monday. A lot of trading going on, my friends. And the bulls are still ruling the day so far. Let's go. FOMO kicking in. Yes. Every day this goes on, there'll be more people sucked in by the siren call of the FOMO pumpers. What are the methods for setting a target price? I mean, I don't think you can set a target price for a momentum trade like this. As far as like for your own taking profits, I think you should set a price at which point you would say, you know what, if I make X percentage, I'd be happy with that. And I will peel off some of my gains and let the rest ride. And, you know, see if you continue to get lucky and just keep repeating that till you're out of shares. Hero says GME halted. What? Oh, on the downtick? What the heck, man? We had a nice pop up on GameStop and then it fell all the way back down? Son of a bitch. They're just messing around with us today. Trip says, are you interested in looking at ASST? They have 6,000 Bitcoin and nothing really else going on. I mean, you're kind of losing me at the nothing else going on. A Bitcoin treasury company is not a siren call for me. Strive Asset Management is a privately owned investment manager. I don't know. I mean, there's not a lot here to like. Negative margins, negative net income. I mean, I could just go buy Bitcoin. No, I'm not really interested. I'm sorry. Let's go. Now we're really getting these green candles. Come on. Let's get a green God candle and just wreck some shorts, man. Let's take it up to 8.85 again. Right around here, see these? This is around the point where the shorts realize they done fucked up. It was at that moment he realized he messed up. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. We got a little bit of a rejection at 750 common. If it can push through that 750 mark, that psychological break, then $8 is easily within range. But, you know, there's always these mental breaks. People had 750 stop, sell limit orders, what have you. We got to push through. Let's go. Raw Fish King says FOMO here at 669. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go for Raw Fish. Mr. Sushi. All right, we pushed through 750. Come on, 799. We'll probably have a little resistance at 8. Andrew says, "Can we look at CISO?" Yeah, when we get a moment here. Oh no, the short said, "Hell no. Hell no with your $8. Come on." When we get a second, we'll check CISO, Andrew. I'm gonna pull it up on the other screen. Let me move this up out of the way. I remember we talked about this one this weekend, didn't we, Andrew? CISO Global. Cybersecurity compliance software company. Oh, they were formerly Cerberus. Cerberus? Yeah, that's a hard word to say. No wonder you changed your name. Cerberus Cyber Sentinel Corp. CISO, much easier to say. And no analyst covering it. I remember we talked about that. They have decent revenue, but it's coming down. They have negative operating income. They have negative net income. I'm going to bring it back down now that BYND is getting red candles for a minute. Here's what I'm looking at, Andrew. Revenue is on a downtrend. Net income. They've never had a positive income. That's a yellow flag, red flag, some would say. They have been increasing the share count. Red flag. A lot of red flags here. They do have positive gross margin, which is good, but they're losing money on operating margin and profit margin. Negative free cash flow. Balance sheet. They have a little bit of cash. Working capital is negative. That's not good. Current liabilities outweigh current assets. Shareholders' equity is positive. At least they got that going for them. We got one good thing to talk about. Where are their current assets and accounts receivable? And goodwill. 20 million in goodwill. Yikes. They had a big write down here between 2022 and 2023 on goodwill. Yeah, if we take out that goodwill, now we have 5 million in total assets and 18 million in total liabilities. I'm going to call that a yellow flag still. Operating cash flow, negative. They're keeping the company running by issuing stock. I don't know, Andrew. I don't see a lot of green flags here. So you'd have to tell me a story of a management about to turn this thing around. Ozcan, good morning to you. Thank you for the sub. Investor Oak says, am I going to get in before 10 bucks? I'm going to decide between now and 11:30. I'll probably play it. $5 would have been nicer than 7 though. Zachary says, can you check SSR for open? What is open trading at today? I don't worry too much about short sale restrictions because they can still short it, Zachary. I know a lot of people focus on that. They can still short it. They just can't short it on a downtick. Man, that one's getting whacked today. Open door. I pissed some people off on Twitter a couple days ago. I think they said open door was going to $100. I was like, I mean, 50 cents. You can find the tweet from a few days ago. I said 50 cents to $11 is a hell of a good trade. And they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, read the chart. The momentum has changed. Ding dongs. What are you talking about? It's going to 100, Tony. I said, all right, check back with me in a few days, suckers. Here we are now at 6:30. BYND. I don't care about people's feelings. I'm sorry if you're long beyond and you're listening to people saying it's going to $100. I think he said that it was going to a $35 billion market cap. I said, how? Give me your top 2 bullish reasons why Open would be a $35 billion market cap. The guy, he gave a price target and I calculated the market cap. I said, give me your top 2 reasons how you could value this stock at $35 billion. He never answered. He just called me a dummy. I'm the dummy, but you can't answer a simple question? Come on. At least I have no problem if you've got a bullish price target. How? What is it based on? You can't answer that. You just lost your argument. Yuki says, what platform do you use to trade? Most of us in my Discord are using Fidelity or Thinkorswim. I have Webull up here. I think I have no money in this brokerage. Sometimes if I'm playing the Chinese IPOs, I'll put some money in here because Webull gives you that ability to get pre-IPO Chinese stocks. But mostly I don't trade on Webull. But it looks pretty for the live streams. Easy to read, nice contrast. I have an account just about on every broker though. Zachary, but you weren't the guy arguing with me. You weren't the guy arguing with me, right, Zachary? Someone literally called me a dummy for asking, what is your, all I want to, sell me, convince me, tell me your top 2 reasons why it's going to get to $35 billion market cap. Based on what? I'll go buy it. Just give me a pitch. And crickets. We got crickets. Chris says the new 650 could be the new 550. Yeah, you could be right. We got all of the moving averages converging here around that 650 level. You could be right for sure. Can we get a dip just to bounce off the 200 around 650? I'll buy some then. I'll ride with you. Will that happen? I don't know. The second I go in and buy at 650, watch it drop all the way back down to 525. Someone saying, please check HKD. Did HKD come back from the dead? No. What do we like in here? We got a blast from the past, HKD. Remember these days, guys? 2022. Showing my age there. In just a couple days, it ran from $12 to 2,000. Nobody could get a trade through, but it sure did run. Trying to sell, but nobody will buy. Yeah, Zachary, I do most of my options trading on Fidelity. Wrinkled Sheet says before 11:30 it'll move below 650. All right, deal. If I'm kind of watching that magic hour at 11:30, hoping that today we get the bull run again after 11:30. If we can get a little pullback to 650, I'll go in and buy some again. It's either going to be brilliant or horrible decision. We'll find out. Who we talking to, Chris? Oh, Wrinkle. Chris is arguing with Wrinkle. Baby says so many tickers for GME. I think it's hurting the price. GME, GME1, and GME warrants. No, I don't think so, baby. We got GME1. They're non-standard options. Most people aren't even trading those. And there's really no reason to trade the warrants either, unless you just want a 1-year leap and you don't want to control 100 shares. So you got your GME options chain and GME. That's where the bulk of the volume and liquidity is. Anyone who's paying attention to the warrants and the GME1, they're just distracting themselves. Don't worry about those. Come on down. Let me get my order ready. $6.58. Let's go. All right, I'm going to put a couple orders in. I bought some at $6.68, and if it goes down, I'll buy a little more. In like Flynn. My stop loss on that probably, I don't know, if we break under $6, then I'll exit and wait and see if we retest that 511. But I'm hoping that we get this little push up after 11:30. Hazel says GME warrants have gone way down since I bought them. I'm waiting until GME hits 50 before I exercise. Hazel, I'm going to suggest to you one thing, and let's just have a conversation here. Why would you exercise them? Are you going to exercise them to sell them immediately to lock in the gains? If you're holding warrants till GameStop hits 50, you would be up $18 per warrant plus the time value. I mean, you could sell those warrants for a mint. I'm not sure why you would exercise. If you want more GameStop, just buy right now. It's at $22. Why wait? Why wait for it to go up to 50 so you can buy at 32? Just buy now. There's a lot of misinformation telling people they must exercise warrants. I'm thinking the smart trade is always sell the warrant. You want the stock, buy it right now. It's dirt cheap compared to exercising your warrant. Jacob says, did I buy calls? No, I'm not buying any options with 700% IV. I bought shares. Just added some shares on that little dip right there. Hazel says, why exercise? To get more shares. I hear you, Hazel, but buy them right now. You'll save $10 per share. If that's your plan, buy them right now. Buy the shares right now and sell the warrants when it goes to $50. You're going to save $10 today and you're going to make more money selling the warrants. You see what I'm saying? If you have 100 warrants, go buy 100 shares right now for $22 a share. Otherwise, you're going to be spending $32 a share in a few months to exercise. You'll save money today, buying them cheaper, and make more money, a lot more, selling the warrants. Don't have the money now. Buy an option. buy an option then. If you have 100 warrants, buy one call option and then sell the warrants when they run up, and sell your call option. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't get it, why people are so convinced that exercising the warrants is the optimal strategy. UK Dave 69, how you doing, amigo? All right, we're under a little pressure here at 650, 660 again. Patrick, howdy to you. Patrick says hello from Wall Street Bets. Howdy, howdy. Aaron says I had 500 shares at $1.18. Got out when I saw just over 100%. Got out at 220-ish. I'm glad I made money. Too volatile for me. Don't feel bad, Aaron. I took an exit yesterday too. Only because I had to leave the house and I didn't want to babysit it. Made good money. I had bought in Monday pre-market. And today we're dabbling around a little bit again, seeing if we get lucky. No promises. We're just trying to see if we get one more day of momentum. Volume today at 1 billion shares traded. The free float is around 373 million. We don't know how many shares are actually shorted. And what is the cost to borrow now? BYND. 46%. 0 shares available on IBKR. They're trying to snub it. F you guys, man. No. See, they came in, they borrowed some shares, smack it down. They did not want it to go over 8. Oh, Wall Street, Germany. All right, guys. What's up, Timus? Dankeschön. Guten Tag. Guten Morgen. Guten Nacht. Ants, Germany, howdy, howdy. That's how we say it in Texas. Patrick, howdy. Anonymy, hello from Wall Street Bets, Germany. Let's go. You guys like Beyond. You like this trade over in Germany, I'm hearing. We're watching here in the US. We're watching this 11:30 hour, which is coming up, to see if we get some momentum into the second half of the day. Wrinkled Sheets thinks we're going to retest 550 by noon. If it does, I'd add a little bit more down there, Wrinkled Sheets. We shall see. We shall see. Anya, what does Viel Glück mean? Oh, good luck. Okay. I took a lot of languages in high school and college. I never took German, but I've studied a few books. It's not really a language that is. I can understand. I took Latin, I took Greek, I took Russian, I took Spanish, but German is not quite like. It's a Germanic language. It's not a Romance language, so it's tough for me. Diamond hands, Timus. Let's go. Anya, okay. Anya took 4 years of German in high school. The hardest language I think I've taken was Russian. I took 2 years in college. That's damn hard, man. $10 today. The folks from Germany say, let's go. We did a poll this morning. Let's redo the poll, guys. Let's redo the poll. What will Beyond close? No, what will Beyond high today? Stand by, stand by. Over 10. All right. All right. Get your votes in. Let's see. MMAX says short Beyond. I mean, you got to be a little crazy to try and short it, I think. How much money do you want to lose today? Hold the line, 7-7. Let's go. Philo says, your poll is rookie numbers, Tony. You need to bump those numbers up. Hey, I tell you what, when we hit $10, we'll do a new poll. One gazillion. Let's go. I like the optimism. GameStop now in the red today. No. What happened to GameStop? Got pumped and dumped today. Pumped and dumped. GME, what happened to you? Back to Beyond, 694, up 91% today. What are we're up over 1,000% from Monday morning, Friday's close. Woo! Let's go. King says, I like the when and not if. Yeah, I mean, you never know how high these things could go. I know there's a lot of people very bullish, very bearish on social media. That is not me. I will be that guy that coaches you to take some profits off. That doesn't mean I'm bearish. It means I'm trying to take care of you. But, you know, let some ride. Don't be me yesterday and sell your whole damn order and then have to be chasing it today. Take some off, let the rest ride. Why not? Until you see that it convincingly is wrecked. Ride it up. I want everybody here celebrating at the end of the week. No crybabies. Hazel says, if I traded my GME warrants in for shares, it would cost me. What are you talking about? After you exercise, Hazel, or right now? I'm confused. Mista. Hey, we need Anya, get Dan in here. We need Dan in here to give us a rousing Beyond Meat speech with a British accent. Where is Dan? YOLO Ono. I want him to read Mista's comment. Stand firm, sons of liberty. Let no man yield nor falter. The eyes of freedom are upon us, and the breath of our posterity depends on our resolve. Hold. Hold. Do not fire until you see the whites of their eyes. Let's reel these shorts in and then just fucking ram them. Fuck them up. Hazel, you do not need to exercise first. No. Warrants, here's what I want you to think of them as. They are just a call option. They're a call option that expires in October. And the longer you hold them, the more the value is going to go down if the price is flat on GameStop. If you're convinced the price of GameStop is going to go up, then hold those warrants. Because if it trades up over 32, you're going to do fine. If GameStop just trades flat or never goes over 32, those warrant values it's going to go down. So you could sell them right now and just use that money to go buy shares for $22. I am going to keep on reminding you guys, if you want to exercise a warrant for 32, I'm going to ask you, what is your reason for not buying today? And if your answer is I don't have the money, then I get it. Then just hang on to the warrants, and if the price goes up, you can sell them and make a nice profit. $8 by noon, key owner. Let's go. I like it. Thank you for all the subs, guys. If that music is annoying to you, I'm sorry about that. We can turn it off. That is just new people subbing to the channel. Thank you very much. Welcome, all of you. Welcome, welcome. If we're going to have this many people watching momentum tickers, I'll start doing live streams again. It got a little dry there for a while. You guys remember when we'd sit here for 6.5, 7, 8 hours a day, no breaks? No food, no pee breaks, put on the adult diapers, just don't even get up. You don't want to walk away when you got something like this going on. Come on. I never did the adult diapers thing. I would not drink water or anything because then you got to get up. And then Maggie would yell at me, Tony, drink your water. Whatever happened to Maggie? She probably retired off of her Palantir riches. Maggie, I hope you're doing okay. We miss you. Bamsey says, is it still a good entry point for BYND? I just bought some on this dip right here. I'm a risk taker, and I don't know anything about you, so I can't say for you if it's a good entry point or not. I will also sell in a heartbeat if it turns against me. I'm not going to ride this thing down. I worked too hard yesterday to get ahead. So you got to do your own thing. We're here having a chat. I'm sure everybody in the chat will tell you buy right now and hold it to 100, but that's not me. Paul, thank you. Paul Ruiz, gracias. Maggie was right about Palantir on you, yep. No pressure says watching from the Philippines. Philippines. I've been to Subic Bay in the Philippines. That is the only place I've been over there. Some high-tech repair shop that we had over there, a contract shop. I remember they were repairing Xbox there too. They had a whole warehouse full of red circle of death. It was a one-stop shop for multiple vendors. That repair shop over there. You wonder what happens to your Xbox with the red circle of death? It gets shipped to the Philippines where they will repair it and then resell it. Noli says hello from Germany. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. What is my average buy price at the moment? I bought originally Monday morning in pre-market. I sold yesterday. I just rebought around, what did I say? 668. I'd like to buy around 550 today. Yeah, my average cost right now is right about where we're trading, so we're gonna wait and see if we get that bump up at 11:30, which is in 30 minutes, like we have had the last couple days. I don't know. Hazel says if I sell my GameStop warrants right now, they're only worth $288. Yes, $286. And as long as GameStop trades flat, Hazel, that price is going to continue to go down. You really need GameStop momentum. So the next really, I think, point to see for the warrants is what happens when we get closer to the earnings for GameStop. Right now, people are pissed at Ryan. Last earnings was on September 9th. Next one should be around mid-December, right? So we got a ways of waiting to go. All I tell you, Hazel, I bought a few extra warrants, and because I didn't really want to buy a leap on GameStop. A leap is more expensive because you're controlling 100 shares. If you buy a warrant, you're controlling one share with a hope that it goes close to $32 or over. But it's the same trade as buying an October 2026 $32 call option. 640. All right, we broke under these moving averages. Not good. Who was it that was calling for 550? Wrinkled sheets. Here it comes, buddy. We'll see. Yeah, you could be right. I'm not saying you're going to be wrong. I know they're arguing with you in the chat. But this is what we didn't want to see. But this is why I did not go all in at 668, because, yeah, we definitely could retest down here before 1130. If it does, I'll add a little more and then see if we get a bounce. And if we don't get a bounce, I will just call it a day. Here comes the big red. The big red. Colin Conwheely says, hey, y'all, I'm 14 in school for now, but ever since I was 10, my dad has taught me the market. Currently watching Tesla. How you doing, Colin? Good luck to you. S&P, I like it. Tesla, we like Tesla. And if you really are 14 and your dad is teaching you about stocks, I'm impressed with both of you. I tried to teach my kids about stocks. I have one, my youngest son is finishing up his master's degree in accounting and finance, and he will be heading off to New York for his career in finance here fairly soon. 1 year of school left, or not even a year left now. He's already looking for places to live in New York. What does a halt mean? That means we had a big drop in price in a short time frame, and they got to go in and look at all the bids and the asks and recalculate the price, and we will find out in a couple minutes at what level it's going to reopen at. Depends on if there's more sellers than buyers. YOLO Ono, there he is, Dan. Dan says he loves shorting. Are you really shorting this one, Dan? Come on, man. I wanted you here a few minutes ago to read the rousing speech in the British accent. You know, every ticker needs a British pumper, Dan. We're not trading beyond for ourselves. We're trading beyond to take a stand against market corruption. Our parents lost their fortunes in 2008. We won't stand for it. The crime is unmitigated. Come on, Dan, we need you. We need that beyond speech. Gamsey says, is the short squeeze already in play, or does it kick in after $10? I mean, the shorts have been getting, it's been an ongoing battle since Monday. the bulls and then the shorts. Right now, look, the shorts and the profit takers came in. We'll find out. It's just a battle. Always with these tickers, it's a battle. The reason I have the float up on the screen is I want you guys to know what the real float is and that they can do some damage if they want to. It's just a matter of when do they come in with money, which is why I've been telling y'all, don't be scared to peel off some profits. Has 11:30 been the best time to buy? No, 11:30 has been, if you go back and look at the last 2 days, that has been the inflection point where the uptick really began. It's not necessarily the low of the day. And there's no guarantee that that happens again today. It's a hope and a prayer. Zachary says if he's moving to New York, staying out when it's dark at any time is not advised. Yeah, he's done 1 or 2 internships up there in the summer, so he's kind of getting the vibe up there. And he's a smart, savvy kid. He's also a black belt, so I think he'll be okay. Even my city is not the safest place at night. Nowhere is really these days. Zach says your motivational voice sounds like RFK. Yeah, I have a very poor British accent. I need to go back to accent coaching school. Matt says if we can hit the 200 MA on the 5-minute, I'm in. 540-ish, 520 seems like a safer entry on the day. We'll see how hard they push it down. I'm going to get another buy order ready and press my luck one more time if we retest that $5 range, the low fives. Don't follow my trades, you guys. I'm a crazy gambler. Is it possible for Beyond to make new record for volume in a day? Entirely possible. Absolutely. What price am I hoping for? I'd feel better getting an entry around 510, 540. All right, we're trading again, 590. I love your mom says you got this. I hope we got this, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to find out here in 20 minutes. Christopher says Wall Street Bets is going nuts right now. No, I haven't been looking at Reddit. I'm too busy looking at the chart. Mr. Krabs says, the stream is delayed. That's the YouTube thing. Let me see if I can. We're on ultra low latency, so it's the absolute minimum delay possible, but there's always a delay. And also make sure your scroll bar is all the way to the right. You don't want to be behind on the live stream. Oh, Mista says, okay, Wall Street. Yeah, that's right. They kicked that capybara guy off of Reddit altogether, didn't they? That was really weird. Like, I wasn't following that guy. I don't know what he was saying. But to get kicked off of Reddit altogether? Why? Why? What happened? What did he do? Are any of y'all following him? Can someone clue me in? Kimber says, what is it about 11:30? We always joke, Kimber, that about the time the hedge fund boys up in New York go to their 2-hour 3-martini lunch, that's when sometimes the bulls can reassert control. It's kind of a joke because this is all computerized trading anyways, but I don't know. Who is Capybara? He's a guy that's been pumping Beyond. He had, I guess, the biggest following on Reddit, pushing this stock last week or over the weekend, and at some point he got the boot from Reddit. And I don't know anything about him. He made his way over to X, and I saw a couple tweets from him. I don't spend a whole lot of time looking at social media for other people's conviction. You know, we talked about this trade on Saturday, and we said, look, the bad news is in. It could be a good trade this week, and it's been a great trade this week. But I'm still going to be the guy to tell you, peel off some profits. I want you to be happy when it's over. Wellington, yeah, he says, remember any of those trades where you left money on the table? There's no reason for that. Don't be greedy. People will say, oh, you're being too bearish, reminding people to take profits. F you, all of y'all. Telling people don't take profits, y'all are the problem. There's nothing wrong with riding a momentum trade up. Nothing wrong with being bullish. But there is something severely wrong with leaving it all on the table when it's done. Oh, he did a politically charged post. Okay, baby. Well, that makes more sense. No, someone's asking if I'm in at 360. Is it greedy to wait for $8? I think you should have a plan. If $8 is your plan, you know, you're well in the green. If you want to hold for 8, that's your choice. I would say as the second part of your plan, have a lower price at which if it hits that, you're going to punch the exit button so that you don't ride it all the way back down to 360. That's all. I've seen too many people over the years, guys, where they ride it up and they think it's going to hit this, and then it starts tanking and they just get paralyzed and it rides all the way down below where they got in. So don't be that guy. If you're in at 360 and you get out at 460, 560, just have a number in mind, at which point you say, all right, I'm not going to be dumb and leave it all on the table. But no, there's nothing wrong with hoping for 8. But you got to have a plan in case the bad shit happens too, that's all. Mr. Crab says, stop loss is your best friend. If you can't sit at your screen or you don't think you have the emotional fortitude to hit the sell button, then set a stop loss. If you tell yourself, I'm going to get out at 550 no matter what, go ahead and set the stop loss now, because I know some of y'all, it'll hit 550 and then go to 5 and you'll be like, well, maybe it'll bounce back. And then it hits 450. I'm not saying, beyond who knows, but we've seen this behavior many times from many of you on many tickers over the last 4 years. You got to have emotional fortitude to punch the sell button if it goes against you. And in the meantime, we pray it doesn't go against us. It's all right to be optimistic. YOLO Ono says, who's been, YOLO Ono, the same people that were pumping BBBYQ are pumping this. Remember Bed Bath & Beyond, the one that went bankrupt? They're telling people this is going to $100. The same people that pumped Mullen and GTII, they're pumping this. How did those work out? I'm just saying it's fun to play these, but you got to be reasonable too. We don't want to have any crybabies when this one's done. We want only celebrators. Thank you, Mr. Krabs. Yeah. I haven't always been engaging and polite. There were, I had my moments 4 years ago. I would get angry at people that had a different opinion. And then I realized I'm not always right. I better listen to people with different opinions. So all opinions are welcome. I don't short stocks. If you don't like a stock, you're still welcome here. All of these always are a battle between people with opposing views. So it's good to hear the thoughts of both sides, I think. Phil says he got stopped out at 578 after buying in at... He got in at 101, out at 578. Nothing wrong with that. Thank you, Mr. Krabs. Arrgh, Mr. Krabs. All right. Where's Wrinkled Sheets? He's about to be right here. 570. I'm gonna add a little more. Don't make me regret this. Beyond. What time is it? 11:20. But I'm telling you guys right now, if it tanks, I'm gonna be out before you could even say what just happened. Kind of like, I feel like below $5 is my pain point, which I will say, wait and see what happens. Wing says, I jumped in at 726 with the view to 10. Come on, let's see if we can get a bounce for Mr. Wing and Mr. Denaro here. I just bought more in at $570 something. It says my average cost now is $624. If it hits 5, I'm going to be out and consider myself lucky. If it hits 10, that'd be cool too. I bet there's a lot of people watching that $5 mark. Maybe we get a bounce there, get a little paper-handed selling, and then a rebounce right at the 11:30 hour. Wrinkled Sheets, you just about called this perfectly, my friend. Stunzu says this is looking bad. It always looks bad before the dawn, Stunzu. All right, here is our bounce check moment. We had 1, 2, third touch. Do we rally from here or do we tank? Come on, Bulls. Let's see. Kana says Fintel is reporting no shorts available for Beyond. What that means, Kenneth, is you need to go read the fine print. Fintel is reporting one broker, right? They're reporting IBKR, not the entire lendable pool. And that's where you guys got to be careful. There's only one broker that reports shares available to lend. So any source that you're seeing out there, Chart Exchange, Fintel, you're getting one slice out of 100 lenders. You got to understand the data. And they do disclose that, but when people post screenshots, they never tell you that part. Halted at 512. Halted at 512. Chris says, I think it'll bounce. We're about to find out, Chris. If we don't bounce up after the halt, then I'm probably going to go ahead and exit and consider myself lucky that I made a lot of money yesterday. All right, while it's halted, I'm going to go take a bio break, and I will be right back. This halt will last a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to be right back. All right. Halted at 512 while we're waiting on it. Dink says 513 is the 200 EMA on 5 minute. Let's go to the 5 minute, Dink. That's where we bounced. Oh no, we went below. Turn these off. Are you looking, Dink, with extended or nighttime hours included? $484 if we include extended hours. With extended, all right. I'm showing 484. Maybe that'll be a good point to see if we crash below it before I get out too early. But yeah, this is not looking good. We just dropped below the low of the day. The low of the day is 511, so we're at a critical point, ladies and gentlemen. Oaks Way says we're going to have a nice bounce. I sure hope so. Let's look at a couple of other tickers while we're waiting here. Railtown is at 41 cents. GameStop down 1%, 22.58. I need a few more people to sell so I can buy. AMC down almost 4% today, 278. I guess that little AMC run yesterday got snubbed. Oh well. Gold and silver look like SLV's in the red, and our gold basket is in the red. Silver basket's in the green. High Cross down another 2% today. Bitcoin 108. XRP 238. Ethereum 3812. Waiting on a halt. We're waiting on a halt. Oh, you're right, Dink. I do have the simple. Thank you. Let me... Normally I have the EMA up here too. 1348 and 200. There we go. There we go. That big, bold orange line. We're right at it, Dink. Let's see what happens. Dun, dun, dun. We like moving averages here, guys, to test for points of support. And hopefully, all right, the halt is off. Hopefully you get a bounce here. If you don't get a bounce here, that's not good news. So we'll just call it like it is. We'll see what happens. 524. See if the bulls can come in. If the algos want to bounce this thing up off of that point of support. I'm going to add a little bit more right here just in case. All right, added at 537. That's about it for me. I'm not going to be adding anymore. So we better go up from here. If it crashes below this, I'm out. And there's the crash. No! 11:30 hours. It's hating us right now. We're going to get another halt. 467. Dum dum dum. And we halted. Yep. Not looking good, friends. Not looking good. Let's play some optimistic music while we're waiting this out.
A red candle down by the dip, gotta hold our ground. We've been waiting for so long, hedges rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down by the dip, gotta hold our ground. Hedges gains are dead and gone, but the shorts we're going on. If you doubt it, sit and stare. If you love it, buy a share. A green candle up, a red candle down by the dip, gotta hold our ground. We've been waiting for so long, hedges rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down by the dip, gotta hold our ground. Hedges gains are dead and gone, but the shorts we're going on. If you doubt it, sit and stare. If you love it, buy a share. A green candle up, a red candle down by the dip, gotta hold our ground. We've been waiting for so long, hedges rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down by the dip, gotta hold our ground. Hedges gains are dead and gone, but the short we're going on. If you doubt it, sit and stare. If you love it, buy a share. Green candle up and red candle down by the dip, gotta hold our ground. Hedges gains are dead and gone. GameStop's rising, going strong. If you doubt it, sit and stare. If you love it, show you care. A green candle up, a red candle down by the dip, gotta hold our ground. We've been waiting for so long, hedges rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down by the dip, gotta hold our ground. Hedges gains are dead and gone, but the shorts we're going on. A green candle up, a red candle down by the dip, got a $4 ground. We've been waiting for so long, heavy's rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down by the dip, got a $4 ground. Heavy's gains are dead and gone, but for sure we're going long. If you doubt it, see instead. If you love it, buy share. A green candle up, a red candle down. Buy the dip, got a $4 ground. Keep the waiting for so long. Heavy's rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down. Buy the dip, got a $4 ground. Heavy's gains are dead and gone, but for sure we're going long. If you doubt it, sit instead. If you love it, buy share.
I love that song. No, I didn't get out before the halt, but if it opens up down and still going down, I will be out before the next halt. I tell you that much. I made good money on this one yesterday. I took a smaller size on this afternoon's because this is this morning's. This is a more risky time to be buying in. I've been urging you guys to peel off some profits. Don't be greedy on this thing. We don't want to see everybody give back all their gains. Oceanea says similar chart to yesterday, went down and then up big later in the day. This is about that time yesterday and Monday where it got its big run, but we didn't really have this kind of big red candle. Look at these last 2 days. Early in the morning, we had a little bit of a pullback. Yes. But I mean, it's kind of a doom candle here. Let's see what happens. We're trading again. Come on, bulls. Everybody's biting their nails. What's she gonna do? All right, I'm out. I'm out. We'll see how it goes the rest of the day. I'm not opposed to buying back in, but too much red for me. You got to be smart. You don't want to ride it all the way back down. Can always come back in if it's a high conviction play for you. Kimber says, what else is good today? Good question, Kimber. We got BYND trading up 111%, although it's mostly been trading flat here. Not too interesting to me. It was a pre-market run up and a nice little push to 130 in the early hours, but kind of meandering down now, so I'm not too interested in that one. YYAI, same kind of thing. Not too interested in that one. ADAP up 62%. That one's got some good positive momentum throughout the day. That one could be one to go look at. It's only 7 cents. Market cap is 20 million. Shares outstanding. Free float 263. I'd like it to be lower float. I'd like it to be lower float, and it's not. So I'll probably pass on that one. NDLS Noodles & Co. up 40% at $1. And some people have been trying to trade AIRE today, AIRE. It fell all the way to 70 cents and tried to rally back up to $1. Now it's getting a doom candle. Chris says, now what? Well, Chris, we'll find out when this halt is open. Now what? The problem is when the shorts decide to come in and then they scare out the people that don't want to leave money on the table, it can end badly. But we've also seen these where they push it down just to buy it and run it back up. So it's anybody's guess. I want you guys to be safe. I want you to take some profits off. I don't want you to ride it all the way back down under your buy-in price. But if you have sized your position carefully and you're willing to roll the dice, then you do you. I love your mom says, I should have sold at 8+ pre-market. We don't want to hear the I shoulda, woulda. If you ever have that moment of thinking, should I sell here? Then take a little bit off. That's always my recommendation. Yunhua, how you doing? Not looking good, Yunhua. Mr. Krabs says it's open again. I'm not seeing that it's open again. Am I just smoking crack here or what? Yunhua says, have you seen Black Phone 2? We did see it on Friday. One day this weekend we saw it, yes. I was not planning on seeing Black Phone 2. I think it was Saturday after the live stream that I did where we were talking about Beyond Meat being the play for this week. We went and saw Black Phone 2 and AMC Dolby at 11 p.m. It was pretty packed. I was not planning on seeing the movie, but we called the Audible and we decided to go see it. We were both hungry. She said, Tony, please buy me some AMC dine-in theater food. I want some chicken nuggets with the Korean sauce. And I'll tell you, Yunhua, I really enjoyed the movie far more than I anticipated. I had very low expectations. It was creepy. It had a few good jump scares. It was well acted by all the cast. And I would say go see the movie. If you like horror movies, go see it. Norel Dean says, I was up 100% but got greedy and now exited at 20%. It's better than saying you held it into the red. Razy says, y'all got to buy. This is David versus Goliath. Yeah, sometimes David wins, sometimes Goliath wins. We're here to see and chronicle what happens today. We got to bounce at $4. Let's see if it holds. 20% is still good. Yeah, I mean, you probably you'll beat the indexes for the day on that one trade at 20%. Why not? Dink says, if you feel like taking a screenshot, sell some first. Amen, Dink. Guys, Dink is a smart guy. Now we pushed under 4. Not looking good for the bulls. If you're just joining in, I am out of the trade. That's 3 big red candles. That's enough sign for me to, if I want to get bullish on it, I will come back and wait and see for a confirmed reversal. Linus says it's over though. I mean, yeah, if you were hoping for $10 today, it's looking less promising. We're underneath every moving average and the trend is down. So if I'm just being realistic as a day trader, this is not a good sign, which is why I already exited. We ain't giving back all of yesterday's gains, ladies and gentlemen. No sirree. There could be a re-entry point at some point today. We didn't really have a candle of death here. Let's see. I mean, the needle of death, normally we look for this needle right on top of this last green one. That point where FOMO reaches a peak and the short sellers get routed out of the play. It may end up being that was it, but normally you get big red candles right after, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours later. Andrew says it was fun. Hey, this has been a hell of a play. If you traded this thing smart from 50, 60 cents Friday or Monday morning, early doors and pre-market up to $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8, that's still, don't feel bad. That was a hell of a trade. The halts definitely could have a play in it. I mean, yeah, they're going to try and punish you. The shorts are coming in. The shorts and the profit takers, the people that believe that it's over, they're exiting the trade. Mr. Carva says thoughts about Beyond going up again till the end of the day. I mean, it's not looking bullish right now. But, you know, sometimes these things find a new bottom and rally again. I am not Nostradamus. I can tell you from experience, there have been plays that tank like this and then rallied again. But I can only read what I'm seeing here. It's not looking good at the moment. Therefore, you should exercise your own risk protocol. Don't be looking to me for instructions on what to do. My instructions the last day or so are take profits off so that you can end this week happy. And if you want to let some ride, let it ride. YYAI, we were just looking at it. It's not looking too interesting to me, the trend of the day. It's just been going down. Not interested. Jean says, any advice how to exit when the halts fucked everything up? You got to be ready to go. You got to make up your mind, depending on what happens when this halt is over. Depending on what you see, you better have your order ready to go or not go. Yeah, a halt will mess you up. It'll even screw up your stop loss. If the halt opens up below your stop loss, it'll just pass you right by and you're still going to keep on plummeting in the red. Some of those times, if you're trying to get a speedy exit, just take the market order and say, fuck it. Sometimes after a halt, it opens up green, though. So you just got to be ready. Make up your mind. The halt is your time to think about what you want to do, depending on what happens when it reopens. Luan says, I'm here for the first time because of the pump on Beyond. Great entertainment. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Matthew says, I have no day trades left. What should I do? If you're asking me, and if I was trading an account that had no day trades, I would You got two choices: exit your entire position on your last day trade or hold it till the next day. And pray to the gods, both old and new, that we get a bouncy. Andrew says, Tony sold exactly when you said, made 120%. Where's my, yes. I love it.
Wow, it's very nice.
Yeah, Evil Genius. You can do unlimited day trades on a cash account as long as you're trading with settled cash, right? Silver Phoenix, what's up, amigo? It's bouncing, let's go, and it's halted. These mother... Oh, come on, you trying to snub out? You let it run for 3 days and now we go up a few cents and you get scared and you halt it? I'm just kidding. Nobody's scared. It's just these damn pre-programmed circuit breakers. But come on, man. That was a good, healthy bounce. That was a good, healthy bounce. I like them healthy bouncers. Why is it halting? I see some of y'all asking, what is a halt? It's a pre-programmed circuit breaker based on price percentage movement within a certain time frame. Not much we can do about it. Yeah, Hodor says, I bought at 450 last night. Maybe I should sell at 8. But I was thinking, give me to 10 and I'm out. I mean, we've all been there, amigo. We've all been there. What I would recommend to you guys for the next one, when you're thinking it's going to go to 10, but you bought at 450 and it's at 8, at least sell some at 8. You could let the rest ride till 10 and see if it happens. But if it doesn't, at least you captured some close to the top. There's nothing wrong with that. What drives me nuts is these people telling you to hold everything to $100 like that. It gets in your mind and you leave profits on the table. I had people fighting with me last night on Twitter, telling me I'm a dummy. Telling people to take profits, be careful. Now look at them. They done lost you 50% of your gains. Leon says it's time to rebuy. It could be time to rebuy 360. We'll see after this next halt. What is my X handle? It is my name, I think, with an underscore. Yeah, these people last night trying to fight. I'm trying to go to sleep. I'm trying to watch a James Bond movie. I got ding, ding, ding. People, Tony, you work for the shorts. How dare you remind us to take profits and end the week happy? Why you up working so? I'm not working late, dummies. I'm trying to watch a movie. Y'all keep on pinging me. Here's my Twitter. I watched the other night. Last night I was watching Spectre. a few nights ago, I watched the Bond movie before Spectre, which I can't remember the name of it now. And then I'm watching next No Time to Die. It's been a couple years since we've seen those in the theater. But I have loved James Bond books, Ian Fleming movies since I was in high school. General, good afternoon to you. They're in Austria. Wanner says, I was up 6,000 the day, now down minus 1.4. See, that is what I don't want to happen to you guys. I'm always going to be that guy, that annoying mother effer that reminds you to take some off the table when you're up. And because I don't want to see things like that. I don't want to see comments where you have any negative with 4 digits. No, 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 no. These plays come along every day, every week. You got to have some good people in your corner that aren't giving you ridiculous price targets and reminding you to take some off. It's fun to ride them up, but peel off a little bit of profit as it's going up so you can toast the champagne with us on Friday when we do our celebration. Hey, wasn't that a fun week? We rode a stock from 50 cents to $8. And we kept some of the money before the evil casino stole it all back from us. Maybe we get a rally here. Let's see. Let's see. It's trying to rally up. We got to push above about 450 to get the next run. Let's see if we can do it. Sometimes it happens. I've seen it happen. I've seen crushing red candles followed by violent green candles back up. So you never know, kids. You never know. Evil Genius kind of is if you can get, whatever rules you set for yourself, for sure, if you get a massive candle up and you're up 100%, the sweet spot is sell half your position and get all of your original capital back. Then you have no stress. No matter what happens, you got your original money back. Then have the rest of the money, your profit, have some rules where you take a little bit of that home so that you're booking some profits. Not everybody likes that rule. I mean, some people want to let it go up 200 or 300% before they take some off, but not all of them go up to 300%. This is a category 5 storm right here. We went up 1,000%. There's no reason anybody should be in the red. Maria says GME almost yearly low. It's at 22.43. I mean, GameStop has been at these price levels many times. Here's my GameStop chart. Here was my buy. Buy at 21.61, buy at 21.25. And I'm very picky about when I buy GameStop. If it goes below 22, I'll take a look at it again. Maybe I should have bought some here in August, but I was okay with this. And we'll see. Maybe I'll buy some more. Maybe I'll have an update for y'all in a few days if people keep selling it off. All right. Anya says, keep talking, Tony. You're talking it up. It's trying to rally back, Anya. It really is trying. We're above the 9 and the 13 MA. We're now above the 200 simple average. It's looking better. We had some conviction buyers come in at 360 and save some people's lunch. How much conviction do they have? Come on, Bulls. 475. Let's go. Baby says he's in 20 cents from break even. Come on. Evil Genius says, do you have any long plays you like, or are you strictly a day trader? I have a lot of long plays that I like. My long plays, nobody watches the videos on them, so I just pretty much stopped making them. A long play for me would be a blue chip value stock that, maybe they only go up 20% a year, but we also in the Discord are looking for the ones, and we found plenty of them, and I've made videos on them, and everybody in the Discord knows about them, where we're making 50 to 100% in less than a year on a blue chip stock, because we're looking constantly for the beaten down, forgotten, haggard, hated stocks that are blue chips. But nobody wants to watch videos on how to make 100% in 12 months. They want to make 100% today. You want to make 100% today, you're going to be in a high risk play like this. You want to make 100% in a year, you can do that with a lot less risk. But we put time in to studying those plays. And it takes a lot of patience. Patience people often don't have. They want the excitement, the 1,000% runner. I get it. I like that too, but I'm not putting the bulk of my portfolio in these. Too risky. Yeah, I have traded Apple and Microsoft before. I don't own any now. But Anya, what have been some of our boring blue chip stocks? I think I have a value stock channel playlist on my YouTube. I think almost every single one that we made a video on did very well. And then just nobody's watching them. Like, why am I going to spend half a day making a video? Nobody's going to watch it. CVS was one that we liked. Look at this, 42 to 83 bucks on CVS. Who doesn't like CVS? I mean, 42 to 83 bucks. Come on. I mean, there's a long list. But if y'all don't want value stock sweet plays, then I'm not going to make the videos. Y'all got to watch the damn videos. Takes a lot of time. Maybe I should just turn my phone on and complain about the DOJ. People seem to want to watch those videos too. I like safe trades where I can make some money. I like stuff like this too, but I think you should have some balance. Focus says, what is the channel called? You just go to my YouTube and look at the playlist tab and look, I think it's called Value Stocks. Intel was another one we've been talking about for a long time. Let's see what old INTC is up to. Look at this. We were buying Intel at 20 bucks. Made some videos. Nobody watches them. It's at almost $40 right now. Come on. But y'all, Tony doesn't give us any good trades, they say. The Pumper channel said, Tony Denaro told you to take profits on Finger? What? He's just trying to He's trying to hurt our trade. No, I want you to take profits. Well, he doesn't give you any other good trades. Yes, he does. Y'all just don't watch it because you're not patient enough for these. I'm a multitasker. Value play, swing trade, momentum trade, day trade. Wherever we can make money. What were we looking at? Beyond, BYND. SoFi, yeah, Anya. Hershey. Let's look at HSY. How's old Hershey doing? We were looking at Hershey. It was on this dip when cocoa prices were getting creamed, right, Anya? 136 is at 184. That's not our best call, but that's not too bad. SoFi is one that we've covered extensively and talk about extensively. Look at this. We were buying SoFi at $4. It's at $26. But y'all don't like value stocks. You don't like plays that take some time. What else, Anya? Palantir, yeah. We like Palantir. Whoa, $5 to $190. What's not to like, ladies and gentlemen? Hawaii Electric. That one's a little more of a, I wouldn't call that a value play, Anya. That was one of our gambling plays. We were swing trading this and selling covered calls on it because of the volatility. But this is a risky damn stock. I don't think we ever made any videos about it. Too risky. But we've been trading it. We like the wheel here. Find a stock you like, sell some cash cured puts until you get an entry. Then you got your shares, then you sell covered calls. Ooh, I can feel all of this morning's coffee hitting me like a truck now. And no food. Starting to get the jitters. Halted again. It is halted at 414. We're going to have to take a midday pause here pretty soon so I can get some food in me. I really wanted to see what happened around the 11:30 hour. Look, we've been talking about the 11:30 hour all morning. It crashed right at 11:30, tried to rally. This is the critical point where we determine what happens the rest of the day. Kazin says he made out with $1,000 profit. This was rough. Hey, $1,000 is more than you had when you started. What do I think of Archer, ACHR? I like the tech. I've done some videos on Archer and Joby. I'm concerned about their cash flow and net income. $1.60 to $14 now at 10. I mean, maybe I need to do some refresh videos on them. I like Archer and Joby Tech. Whether or not they will be profitable companies or need to keep diluting or bringing in outside investors, I don't know, but it hasn't much mattered. Look at these, both of them. Yeah, I made videos on these a couple years ago. Love the tech, love the concept. We'll have to wait and see if they end up being viable or not. I don't know. I'd love to see the day where they're viable. Stone the Nuts, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Yeah, if you guys like this kind of content, especially if you want more value stock, blue chip, 100% runners, if you got the patience for that, Sub the channel. Come in the Discord. Let me know. Tony, we want more value stock plays. We're always looking for them. I'd love to have a channel of those of y'all like me that you got a good diversified portfolio of solid blue chip plays, and then you love to gamble a little bit like this. I don't want a channel that is just degenerate gamblers, because some of y'all degens out there, you don't know when to hit the sell button, and I don't like people crying. Blame Gary Gensler, blame the shorts. No, just learn to read the chart. You don't need to blame anybody. There's a lot of opportunities to make money, but you got to hit sell. You got to understand who's trying to help you and who the grifters and pumpers are. Yuka Frita, what is up? Long time no see. Where you been hiding, man? You been hiding over on those AMC channels? 275, Yuka. Are you still long AMC, Yuka? I'm ready to buy some after this vote in December. No crying in the casino, Ghost, right? I don't want to hear none of y'all crybabies. I tried to block all the crybabies. Tony made me lose money. No, he didn't. Tony told you exactly what was going to happen, and you thought you had a different plan that was better. I don't control your buy and sell button. You better have a plan, goddammit. Andrew says, check out, what do we think of GOVX? All right, hang on, Andrew. Let's see what's going on with Beyond here. It's trading again, 407. In case there is any doubt, I'm out of this trade, waiting to see if there's a place where I feel comfy getting back in. I am out of this trade when it started tanking. GOVX. Whew, man. I'm going to say no, Andrew. Andrew, find me one that... I want you to find me a chart that's going up. Give me something where I can make everybody feel warm and cozy. GOVX. I mean, I remember trading that one around COVID time. All right, well, here's one thing that we like, Andrew. We got increasing revenue. All right, good. But then what? Gross profit, never positive. How the hell? You got growing revenue, you can't turn a profit. Net income, horrible. Shares outstanding, dilution fucking factory. Operating profit margins, negative 400%. No, I can't in good conscience tell you that I see anything I like. How are they surviving? By selling stock? Issue. Yeah, this is how the company's still around. They just keep selling stock. Dilute. No. We can find better, Andrew. We can do better. The time is not right. It's not investable yet. Still. Yeah, Yuka, I've been looking for the needle of death on Beyond, unless we had there was that weird little needle at 8.80 this morning in pre-market, but that wasn't like our stereotypical needle of death. Maybe it's not over. Maybe the bulls can stage one more rally and just really the shorts. Evil Genius, a little bit of counsel from the comment section. He says something everyone who is still holding needs to remember: it's okay to take a little bit of a loss. You can make it up another time. Just don't lose all your money. Yep. You guys saw me buy some at 660 this morning, and I said if it goes below X, I'm selling, and I sold because I am not willing to write it down to, well, I don't know where it's going to stop. What if it goes to 3? How mad would I be? I'd be mad the rest of the week. You can exit and re-enter if things adjust, if you get support and you get a bounce. But we never know. All of these, we never know how far they're going to get shorted or when they find support. Therefore, you must have a plan. You must learn to read the charts. Decide your plan, follow your plan. Don't regret your plan. And as Mr. Evil said, there's always another ticker the next day. You just gotta protect your capital like it's a baby. That's the only way you stay in this game long term. Do not ride these things down and lose all your money. Don't shorts have to cover plus options gamma? I mean, when the stock is dumping off, Brock, anybody who is hedging options, they don't need to hold as big of a hedge, and the options market maker will sell any shares they were holding to hedge the options. They'll dump those right along with the price. I'm talking shares that they were holding. So options can work for you or it can work against you. When the price is crashing, market makers are dumping shares. I know people love to tell you, the options chain only hurts the shorts, not when the price is going down. It hurts you if you're long. It works both ways. Not many people will tell you that. A lot of times when you see like a GameStop on a Friday, and the options chain is fully loaded, but then they start walking the price down at the end of the day on Friday, and then it just I think a lot of that is options chain related. Once the price starts coming down and they don't need to hedge those options anymore, the market maker will sell them all off, sell off all their shares that they were holding. Jean Michael says, I had 4 $1 strike calls that I sold as risk management and convert into shares at the worst possible time. And now I have sold 4 $4 calls. What's your expiration on them? You sold, you converted into shares. You had them exercised on you? Is that what you're saying? I mean, if you sold $4 calls and it closes below $4 this week, you're going to be fine, right? If I'm reading your comment correctly. The only question we have to consider then is it going to close below $4? It easily could close below 4 by Friday. It's possible. You could always roll them also. But, there's a reasonable chance that it closes below 4 on Friday. My crystal ball only is so clear. Yunhua says, I think it closes at 2. It could, right? It could rally above 8 today. It could close below 4 on Friday. It could have both happen. Literally, with these kind of volatile plays, anybody who tells you they know what's going to happen, smoking crack. I play the chart. I don't try and tell you exactly what's going to happen. Who the F knows? There is way too much volume and big money pushing this thing around for little old me to tell you I know exactly what's going to happen. What I do know is what I have on the screen. The float is 373 million shares. And I will go to the fucking mat with anybody who wants to argue with me. The only people that are arguing are the pumpers and the people who have to have their DD written by AI chatbots. It is, without question, the float is not 70 million shares. It's 373 million. So therefore, we don't really know what the short interest percentage is. And I will tell you, it doesn't matter. It's not 60%, most likely, like they're saying. There's plenty of shares available. It only matters when are the shorts scared and when do they feel like, all right, we've got the advantage. You want to be out before the second. You want to be out before they think they have the advantage. J Killer says, I do crack, and it's definitely going over 20 bucks. Let's go, J Killer. I hope so. Brock says it's showing 0 shares available, though. What I would suggest to you, Brock, is look at the fine print on whatever you're looking at. I'm going to do this again in case you missed earlier. When we look at these screens, including Fintel, people will always screenshot this chart and show you 0 shares available, right? You've seen this a million times. What do they not screenshot? They don't screenshot this up here, do they? See what I'm highlighting at the top? This is the shares available at one broker. Out of the entire world of lendable shares, you're looking at one broker. Do you think there's other brokers or prime brokers that have shares besides IKBR, whatever the IBKR? They also tell you down in the footnotes here, data from interactive brokers. This is not the entire lendable pool, guys. It's one broker. The sooner you learn that, the smarter you'll get about your day trades. It is, the pumpers hate me for pointing this out. Beyond. But, I mean, you need to be properly informed. This is the same data here on Fintel. They're a little more gray about it, what they say here on Fintel. This table shows the number of shares available to be shorted at a leading brokerage. Not all of them. It is not the total number of shares available, nor is it the short interest. It's the exact same data. There's only one broker that offers a feed, and it is Interactive Brokers. So every chart you look at showing 0 is giving you one data point out of how many? 50, 100 available lenders? That's what you want to go to the mat on? I think this is, you're only kidding yourself. You're letting pumpers kid you. You want to do that, then, you know, that's on you. You do whatever you want. You're just asking me. I'm telling you what I know. I don't rely on that. It's a guidepost. It is not an absolute. It's a guidepost. Let's agree on that, right? It's a guidepost. but don't ever think it's an absolute. Jordan, this is just Webull. It's not the brokerage I use for trading. It just looks pretty on the screen for the live. I think you should have your main account in, if you're in the US, in a main broker. Fidelity, Schwab, Thinkorswim, IBKR. I'm not a big fan of the crappier brokers like Robinhood or Webull. I'll use Webull every now and then if we're playing a pre-IPO Chinese stock. Remember those? Remember when Teddy Zane was really pumping those? Some of them made good money, and you could buy the Chinese IPOs pre-IPO and then sell the next day on the pump when they went public. But mostly I don't trade on Webull. Was that Amazon just at my door? Oh no, it's the lawn people. I got to put my phone on mute or we're going to get blown out from Ring doorbell notifications. All right, we are trading again and we are moving up, ladies and gentlemen. It may not be the end of the road for us bulls today. 448. We had 2 bounces off of 380. New level of support down here. I love your mom. Thank you. We'll see you mañana. I'll be around later tonight, probably. Explicit says, wouldn't you expect the amount available to be similar amongst different brokers? No. No. And if you ever look on Ortex, when you see like the cost to borrow, there'll be a low, average, and high. You guys have seen that, right, on Ortex, how the cost to borrow has a range, because depending on who the broker is, they might have a higher supply, so they'll have a lower cost to borrow. But it's a good guidepost. And mostly, I think if the cost to borrow's above 10%, then there's a lot of people trying to borrow it. If the cost to borrow is really low, like GameStop, then nobody's trying to borrow it, or there's plenty of shares available. Let's see. Let's just compare to GameStop right now. It's not even 0.5%. That's why I keep saying nobody's trying to short GameStop right now. All these people saying, oh, it's being heavily attacked by the shorts. No, it's not. If it was heavily shorted, this fee would be tremendously high. So I don't buy that argument. And I don't push that talking point on GameStop. Bobby, thank you for the sub. Masa says, is it Masa or Masad? What do you think about Neo? Sorry if I know it might be some noise coming in from the lawn guys. It won't last long. What do we think about Neo? I've covered pretty much all of the EV companies at one point or another, and then mostly decided to stop covering them because they were all burning too much cash. I'm going to put the mic on mute for a second. Can y'all hear that? The damn weed eaters? The analysts have the price target for NEO at 663 average, 850 high. It sounds like the weed eater guys moved away from my windows near the studio here. Move to the other part of the yard, you guys. Growing revenues, we like this on NEO. Operating income, big problem. Net income, big problem. Margins continue to be a problem. I just don't... Oh my gosh. These companies are not investable for me yet. I think there's better places I can risk capital than a company that's continually losing this much money. Negative operating cash. It's just not enough for me to like. I like EVs. I'm fascinated by all these companies, but not. I can find better places to risk money. And there are other Chinese EV companies that are actually making money, but nobody talks about them because they're not meme stocks. Anya says, I don't know how the landscapers don't go deaf. I'm going to look on my camera and see. I bet they're wearing earmuffs, Anya. Let me see if I can see them. They're not in view of my cameras. They're off on the side. I would bet you they're wearing a headset. But what the real problem here, Anya, is the sunburn. These guys wear hats, they wear the damn handkerchief over the neck, long sleeve, everything, even when it's 105 out here, because the sun will burn the F out of you in the summer. I bet they're enjoying this weather we're having right now. All right, we broke under $4 again. It's just not looking good. Not looking good for old BYND. And I'm getting hungry. So Anna says, what is another interesting stock? You know, Anna, we might have some interesting ones to talk about in the evening live stream. My wife works tonight again, so I will probably hang out with you guys later this evening, usually around 8 p.m. Central, and we can throw around whatever tickers you want because we're not trying to trade or watch charts. We can look at financials, look at stocks, talk about companies, have some of the other traders in the Discord here share some thoughts with you. Evil Genius says, I saw someone swearing that Rivian is a good buy. I mean, I've test driven all of these cars, not NEO. I've test driven Lucid. I've test driven Rivian, test driven Tesla. I even test drove Mullen, believe it or not. Who else? Polestar. I've test drove their cars. I've looked at all of these companies' financials. None of them really are investable to me except Tesla. All fantastic cars. But the amount of cash and capital they need versus the loss per car, the numbers just aren't there yet for me. I'd love one or two of these guys to be able to give Tesla a run for their money. But you want to protect your capital, get in Tesla at a good point. BYND. Now, oh my gosh, we got gobsmacked down now to 359. Nemesis says, I am started investing recently, 2,000 Canadian, 400 USD. Anything you recommend doing? Yes, sub to this channel, join the Discord, pay the $5 to actually get support in rooms where we're talking about tickers, not vegetable of the day and jokes from the UK. Get yourself around reasonable traders, not these $100 beyond price target people. You want to turn 2,000 into some real money, surround yourself with real traders. WR says, I remember when Bezos test drove the Rivian in Mountain View a few years ago. Visually, it looks great. I know nothing of its internals. I test drove the truck and the SUV, both beautiful vehicles. And then I also have seen like some YouTube videos. A guy got his rear bumper crunched in a little bit, and the tech that was repairing it is like, yeah, this is a $15,000 repair on a bumper. I'm like, oh, hell no. Because they didn't really make them to be repairable. But they are popular here in my city. I see Rivians all the time. They're nice looking. I know some people don't like the headlights. I'm used to them. I like them. Really sharp cars too. The Lucid cars, man, top lux, but expensive as hell. They have a dealership up in Dallas. They did a tent pop-up test drive event here, and of course, it was right up the road from me. Of course, I went to that. Y'all are saying we got the SPY dumping too. Oh yeah. Yeah, the market's saying risk off. It might be time to take a lunch break, guys. Hopefully y'all... those of y'all that were in the green on this play, hopefully you captured a little bit today. Gold and silver, what are we doing? Dollar, we're down 1.5%. What's going on in the news? Meta lays off 600 employees within the AI unit. Uh-oh. SEC Chair Atkins says regulators are looking for hanky-panky in the markets. Get busy working a little bit harder, Mr. Atkins. We need all the hanky-panky and the blatant crime. We need it shut down. I mean, you guys promised this shit like a year ago. What have you done? Nothing. A little slap on the wrist fines. We're monitoring the market. Oh, come on. How many tips do we need to send you, Mr. Atkins? Don't worry, guys. Even during the shutdown, we have our crack team looking for hanky-panky. Even when you're fully staffed, you can't crack down fast enough. Oh, he's looking at Beyond Meat. Oh, no. This is just speculators having fun, Mr. Atkins. Why don't you go after some illegal shorting, some borrows that weren't, they didn't have a, what do you call it? They didn't confirm that they had access to the shares. Why don't you dig into that stuff, my friend? Locate, that's the word I'm looking for. My brain's shutting down because I haven't eaten yet today, you guys. Michael says, I think I'm getting out pretty soon. Take the $400. Stick to XRP. Nothing wrong with that, Michael. Oaks Way says, took 90% profit on Beyond. Yes. Oh, man. 336 now. I mean, I can only, can only send out so many tweets overnight, guys. Telling you what to look out for and who to listen to and who not to. We had a good run this morning. Hopefully y'all locked in some gains. Maybe we get a bounce later today. But I need to go eat. And I don't like crybabies. So we're not going to hang around for the red. We've said many, many times, I'm tired of saying it, take some profits off. So good luck on the rest of your day. We will reconvene this live stream later this evening. Hope to see y'all. Bring a beer, bring your smokes, whatever you got. Let's go.
Up and to the right. Up and to the right. Up and to the right.
Hello, millionaires. Short squeeze plays where fortunes flip. GameStop's journey, an epic trip. From humble roofs to the moon we fly. A company's dream will amplify. Ready warriors, keyboards in hand. With their eyes on the prize, they took a stand. No one's selling, we're here to fight. How does it go? Up and to the right. Up and to the right, we're in for the ride. It stops on the rise, it can't be denied. Up and to the right, through the day and night. Together we'll soar, molasses in sight. Up and to the right, we're in for the ride. It stops on the rise, it can't be denied. Up and to the right, through the day and night. Together we'll soar, molasses in sight. Hedge funds trembling, Kenny's in shock. GameStop stock, you'll never stop. From diamond hands to rocket ships, we're not selling, we buy every dip. Up and to the right, we're in for the ride. Up and to the right, it can't be denied. Up and to the right, through the day and night. Up and to the right, molasses in sight. Billions in cash on the balance sheet. We will win even if they cheat. Tell us more, we don't care. Book value grows with every share. The doubters say it can't be done, but the retail army we've already won. With every share we'll never stop. Investors say we love the stock. Up and to the right, we're in for the ride. It stops on the rise, it can't be denied. Up and to the right, through the day and night. Together we'll soar, up and to the right. Up and to the right, we're in for the ride. Together we'll soar, up and to the right.
Surprise!
We're gonna win.